all of you who are in the audience tonight, and we see a class coming in as well to observe. You're welcome to stay for the entire meeting, but you may leave at any time as well. And welcome to those who are watching live on stream or even later. And as well, this is a televised council meeting on Rogers, so welcome to the television audience also. We begin all our meetings with the singing of our national anthem, so I would invite everyone to stand and sing loudly, with pride, our national anthem. We have the music, though. Thank you very much. It's been moved by Councillor Ioannidis that the minutes of the regular meeting held on August the 25th and special meetings held August the 25th and September the 8th as mailed to the Mayor and Councillors be accepted. All in favour? Opposed? That is carried. I want to take just a moment to recognize a long-serving employee of the City of Kitchener, Pauline Houston. Unfortunately, Pauline is not with us this evening, but her retirement takes effect in a few weeks, and so I was hoping that she might have been here to recognize, so that we could recognize her long service to the city. But perhaps she's watching at home. Maybe not. But I'm sure that she could watch this on the net later on. Pauline joined the city about 25 years ago. I don't have the exact date in my mind, and had a number of different positions, and most recently was the Deputy CAO for Infrastructure Services. And it was the flexibility that Pauline brought to her job as an accountant first in the finance department. I believe probably was hired by you, Councillor Gazzola, when you were the treasurer, and also into various other roles and special roles that she carried out for us over those 25 years. So to Pauline, we extend our great thanks for your dedicated service and also wish you well in your retirement. Thank you, Pauline. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest on the agenda this evening? Seeing none, we'll move on. Oh, sorry. Councillor Singh. Just hang on a second, though. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, as declared earlier, for Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee, item number 2, my parents own real estate in very close proximity to the proposed question.
So noted. Thank you. We now have a few presentations. Call to the podium Dan Murray. Dan is the Interim Director of Information and Technology, and Diane Adams, who is our GIS Manager.
Diane's actually going to present the...
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Zare and members of Council. At the 2014 Urban and Regional Information Systems Association BSpatial program event held at the University of Guelph, the city's GIS team was awarded a gold medal in the category of Innovation in GIS for the work to fully automate the digital submission of engineering infrastructure as-built drawings that are provided to the city for all new subdivisions and reconstruction projects. This award recognizes organizations that demonstrate innovation in the field of GIS and geospatial technology. The digital submission process implemented places the city at the leading edge of capturing infrastructure features at the source. The innovation of this process lies in the utilizing a variety of tools in the capturing, checking for data compliancy, and loading of geospatial data into the GIS system. The desire to use the AutoCAD source drawings from the consultants was initially one of the reasons for implementing the process, but the greatest improvement was obtaining accurate information about new city assets. What once took a week of GIS staff time to capture, a typical subdivision, has now been reduced to a few hours. With the digital submission process and data compliancy checkers, the city can ensure that data being provided by the consultant industry and then loaded into our GIS is valid and complete according to the standards and rules specified. It is my pleasure to present this award to Council. Mayor Zare.
Congratulations to our staff on this. This is a big project, and I think it has a significant effect on the kind of service that we'll be able to provide to our public with this new GIS system. So thank you. Congratulations. Our next presenter is Theron Kramer of Compass Kitchener. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll give a
Laurie, I
brief
know that you were going to introduce this. Laurie Major.
On October 21st of last year, a report was presented to Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee outlining the 4 phases of the strategic planning process for the next term of City Council. Today, Compass Kitchener is presenting the results of the first phase of that process. I would like to give you a very brief overview of the next 3 phases so you can see where this information fits in and what will happen next. So the first phase of the strategic planning process is the community assessment. This phase is designed to understand the community expectations for the future and how they're changing. Compass Kitchener was expected to lead this phase of the process to engage the community in identifying priorities for action for the next 4 years. With this information in hand, integrated planning will then work closely with organizational leaders to complete phase 2 of the process, the environmental scan, looking at existing strategies, trends, and innovation in municipal government, as well as resource constraints to determine what is possible in the context of competing issues and challenges. In phase 3, we'll work collaboratively across the organization to consider the possible options and develop specific goals and action strategies to respond to the needs and expectations of the community within the next 4 years. And finally, City Council will have an opportunity to consider and confirm the strategic goals and actions with feedback from the public, requesting revisions if necessary before the strategic plan for the next term of council is confirmed and approved next June. This is a quick overview of the timeline showing the 3 major milestones that have been completed to date and the work that still must be done before council is expected to approve the next strategic plan for the City of Kitchener. With that in mind, I'd like to introduce Theron Kramer, the Chair of Compass Kitchener, to present the results of Phase 1 of the strategic planning process with the report on community priorities and strategic directions.
Thank you, Laurie. And welcome, Theron.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Zare and members of council and fellow citizens. It's a pleasure for me, representing the volunteers of Compass Kitchener, to present this report on community priorities toward development of the next 4-year Kitchener Strategic Plan. Before I start, however, I must express thanks for the hundreds of hours of effort contributed by highly dedicated volunteers and staff in this process. And thank you to Council for supporting the process throughout. Just a bit of background before we present the report. I think that by now most of you on Council are well aware of Compass Kitchener's role in this strategic planning process and in reporting on what happens with the strategic directions over the next 4 years and in encouraging citizen engagement in general. When we started this process, it was with the understanding that we were not primarily looking for an assessment of the past, but what Kitchener citizens think is important for the future of the city. As you can see in the report, Appendix A, Compass Kitchener engaged almost 3,000 participants from across the city in this process. And if I can just say, that's way more than we have ever done in the past, and it's a lot to do with the incredible work that staff put into this. More than 10,000 comments were received from people in every ward. More than 700 comments were contributed from social media. 120 citizens participated in workshops, mostly those involving specific outreach to youth, seniors, young families, new Canadians, and the business community. And I want to say that I know that a few of you were at some of the public workshops that we advertised generally, and we're disappointed with the turnout. Once again, we've learned, as we've learned in the past and don't seem to take note of, we need to reach out to groups and go where they are, and we get an incredibly good response when we do that. And that's where a bulk of the 120 citizens came from, was reaching out to those groups. Members of all of the advisory committees to the city also participated in their own workshop. Sorry, I'm missing a slide here. So, getting to the strategic directions and the community priorities that came out of the identified our discussions with the community. On the next slides, the top lines will identify the strategic directions, and under those, the bullets talk about what were some of the strategic priorities that the community thought were important. So, in terms of accountable, transparent, and responsive government, in the Environics survey, 74% of residents said that accountability should be a top priority. When asked what that means through our consultations with the community, the most common response was to provide more information on city spending, explain why spending decisions are made, and make the information easier to understand. Citizens want to be assured that the city is using public resources prudently, reducing waste, and improving efficiency on an ongoing basis. In addition, citizens want the city to be upfront about how decisions are made and provide the rationale for key decisions. Citizens want to see that the city is listening to their input and taking it into account before decisions are made. On the economy, when asked what a healthy economy means, most people said that it's an economy that is diverse, resilient, and sustainable, so that if jobs are lost, new ones are created, and people impacted continue to have opportunities to use their skills. Citizens understand that the local economy is changing. They see the benefits of investing in growth industries, supporting entrepreneurs in creating innovative new business, and supporting small businesses. But they emphasize that new and existing jobs should pay a decent wage, be safe, and provide a healthy work-life balance. Youth and new Canadians have a more difficult time entering the workforce, and in this regard, many citizens want to see the city be a role model in assisting those folks. People do see the downtown as an important cog in our economic development. Intensification, more interesting shops and services that would draw people from outside the core, more events, more convenient and affordable parking. Yes, parking continues to come up. And addressing the issues of homelessness are all areas citizens want to see council address. The environment is still a priority for over 70% of our residents, according to the Environics survey, and people want the city focused on natural areas. They also want them to look at the urban forest and natural amenities incorporated into urban neighborhoods. When asked if the city could do one single thing related to the environment in the next 4 years, what should that be? 93% of citizens said that it is absolutely important to have healthy, mature trees throughout the city. Encouraging clean and green transportation alternatives to improve air quality and mitigate climate change impacts is important to citizens. Many would like to see the city implement more green energy initiatives like the solar roof on the Kitchener Operations Facility, and they would like to see the city continue or increase support for community gardens and local food production. As you remember from Environics, transportation was an important issue that came out of that survey. Environmentally sustainable, safe, and affordable options for getting around the city are key priorities for community members. Promoting sustainable modes of transportation and creating opportunities that support different travel choices was mentioned by the most people as the single thing council could do around improving transportation. There is also strong support for improving the cycling safety and infrastructure throughout the city. For many, however, automobile travel is still important, and in the Environics survey, 69% of residents felt that the road maintenance and paving should be a top priority for transportation. In development, most people express concern about urban sprawl, noting the environmental consequences, the waste of land, and the long-term impact on the structure of the city. They see intensification increasing the range of housing options that support different lifestyles and income levels as being key to our development. 56% of residents say that providing opportunities to participate in the planning process should be top priority for the next term of council. Kitchener citizens want to live in neighbourhoods that are clean, safe, and well cared for. Public spaces such as neighbourhood parks, gardens, playgrounds, and trails contribute to the overall quality of life for citizens and promote community interaction and identity. Neighbourhood associations were identified as important facilitators of community development within neighbourhoods, and many want the city to support more initiatives that encourage people to interact with their neighbours. People that live in the downtown neighbourhoods would like to see more neighbourhood stores and services like a grocery store. They want to see their concerns around homeless people and with mental health and other issues dealt with proactively. Most citizens understand the challenges associated with addressing these issues, and people are divided on the necessary action required to see change. But even with questions unrelated to the downtown directly, they were clear that the city should make a commitment to reducing the prevalence of these issues. There's, of course, much more in the report. I encourage you to look at it. Many more issues were raised by many of the people involved, but I'll stop there now.
Thank you, Theron. There may be questions, and for this presentation and for all of the delegations when we come to them, if all the delegations could be succinct in their comments, and also then the questions from council to the delegations and those responses back. If you could be as succinct as possible, we have a very long agenda this evening. Councillor Verbanovich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Theron, to you and the entire Compass Kitchener committee for the work that you did on this. I know it was a substantial piece of work, and it will certainly be very helpful for the next council, I think, in guiding them in the work that they face on behalf of our community. A couple of questions that I had. The first one in terms of the demographic mix of the input, and you talked about how this was one of the largest pieces of consultation we've ever had, almost 3,000 pieces of input between the Environic survey and your Kitchener, your Say input. Are there any particular groups that maybe you wished we had heard more from as part of this? And did the committee have any thoughts around how we might approach those groups in the future?
We would love to hear more across the board. We were fortunate to be able to reach out to some of the specific groups that I mentioned, like youth, like seniors, to actually hold sessions with those particular groups. The session with new immigrants was extremely worthwhile. We got a lot of really good input around that section, working with the Multicultural Centre. But I think that, again, as I said at the beginning of this, if we're going to get input from people, we have to go where they are. We had an experience recently at the Multicultural Festival where we were trying to encourage voter turnout. And we had an interactive thing going on there around the different services that different levels of government deliver. And it was really encouraging to see the number of people that wanted to participate in that and that were willing to learn about the services that the city, and these were people from across all sectors. So again, I think we need to do more of that kind of thing to engage people in getting input from people in terms of where we're going with the city.
And I would tend to agree with you on this. I mean, I think we tend to sort of expect folks to come to us, and we need to sort of go to them more. Obviously, there's a series of 28 recommendations of focus that are here. And I presume that it's something that the committee grappled with in terms of what to include and what not to include. There's a lot of really great stuff here. Is there anything in particular that didn't make the cut, that, just because you were trying to keep it reasonable, is there any things that the committee really grappled with in particular and didn't include?
There were some things, that we have a strategic plan for 2007 to 2027. That was the overall plan for a healthy Kitchener. And you'll notice that in that plan, the strategic directions that were identified are somewhat different from the ones that you'll see here. And that was a long discussion about whether or not we wanted to go in that direction. So something like, for instance, diversity, which was one of the key strategic directions in that plan for a healthy Kitchener, isn't a key direction here. But it is within those 28. I mean, that's still an issue within those 28 recommendations under each of the 6 priorities. So we wrestled long and hard with issues like that. Arts and culture, for example, hasn't shown up quite the way some people on the committee would have liked to have seen it show up. But it is in the plan, and it is part of around things like economic development and in terms of the development of the downtown. how important arts and culture is. So there are some areas like that, but I think between Laurie and the work that she did in massaging all of the information that we went through, we coded every single comment that came from over 2,000 people. Each of us taking an area, coding those, etc. And I think after that process, we're feeling pretty comfortable with what came out of this, and that we really reflect what people have said to us.
Excellent. And I think, you know, what you're essentially saying is that 2007 to 2027 plan is really a living document that as we do these 4-year reviews will result in some tweaking depending on where the community is at on some of these issues.
Yep.
Great. Thank you very much. And Mr. Mayor, when the time comes, I'd like to move a motion of acceptance on this.
Okay. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. Thank you, Theron. And I'm really excited to see that there was, in the end, from a very slow start, such a great response in the end. And I think it is truly a testament to Laurie Major and the people that were working with her to really get to where the people were. When I looked at some of the comments, and I was really pleased to see that you sort of stepped outside of the strategic plan and was able to say, well, you know what, we're not hearing some of those things that we heard in 2007. We're hearing something different, and I think that was really important. So when you looked at the response, what would have been your optimum response? I mean, I know, of course, 100% response would have been wonderful. So, but we didn't get that. Where were you hoping, and where was the Compass Kitchener hoping that they would get in response? 25% of the population, 30%? Was there an area that they were hoping that, yes, well, this was our goal, to reach this many people?
Quite frankly, after the Environics survey, which covered 1,000 residents, we were shooting for 1,000 more. We wanted to see 1,000 additional people engaged in the conversation about the priorities that were identified in the Environics survey. So we surpassed that. That wasn't a deliberate strategy of shooting low. That was based on past experience. And you know, and again, I think when we look at other communities, I think that level of input holds pretty well in comparison with other communities.
Okay. When I look at the plan that the roadmap, as you say, that we have ahead of us for the next 3.5, 4 years, is there a check-in time? Are we going to be maybe at a halfway point? Are we going to say, you know, yes, we've accomplished this. This is what we heard from the citizens in all of these different areas, and this is where we're successful. We maybe need to tweak this a bit more. We maybe need to look at that differently. Are we going to be doing something like that?
I think we need to take that suggestion back. I think it's a really good suggestion. It's not something that we've particularly done in the past, but as you know, what comes out of this process are the business plans that staff use to implement the priorities. And I know that they are periodically looked at. And of course, as well, Compass Kitchener will be on a yearly basis doing a report card in terms of how well the city is moving toward meeting those priorities. So there are really those two mechanisms already in place. Perhaps there needs to be another overall look, as you're suggesting, halfway through the process, where you would look at all of this again and say, do we need to make some changes?
Essentially, you walked into my next question was, is this going to be part of how we build our next business plan? So Absolutely. You've already answered that question. I think that, and that's crucial, because I think then for the engagement to be successful, we have to have outcomes and deliverables that actually say to citizens, yes, we heard you. Yes, this is what we're doing. Yes, this is in our business plan. And I think that that's exactly where you wanted to go with this.
And if I may, those outcomes are what will be used as metrics for the report card that Compass Kitchener then looks at.
Okay. One last question. Did you find that the public was overall more cynical or more positive? Because when I'm looking at the comments, I have to say I find them more cynical than positive. When
you're doing this every 4 years, and when you're doing other things like as we did at the Multicultural Festival. I mean, there is a fair amount of cynicism out there. There's just no doubt about it. On the other hand, you know, when you ask people very specific questions about how they're feeling about life in this city, it's pretty positive. So I guess yes and no is the answer. Yeah, but it depends on who you're talking to, on what day, and what experience that they've had trying to deal with the city in the past.
Yeah, and having sat in a number of the workshops, you're absolutely right. When people first come in, they are very cynical, but as we ask them targeted questions, I think we started to draw out, oh yeah, well, things are not all that bad, but there was some positive. Thank you for this and all the work that you and your group and our staff has done. I hope that we can build a work plan and a business plan that the citizens who have been engaged will feel like their voice is being heard.
Right.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Darren, thanks for bringing this roadmap down to the street level and really providing some details. It's really helpful to try and understand what people are thinking. In terms of the conversation, we're hopefully going to get some online engagement tools. Do you feel there's a hunger to keep this conversation going in terms of what people are looking for?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, over and over again, we've heard from people that they want more input into decision-making that goes on. And we have built into this process another go-around with the community once council has approved the strategic directions and we get to look at more specifics that will go back to the community. And yes, I'm not suggesting that 100% of people want to be sitting around in discussion groups talking about what the city does, but it's pretty clear that there's a lot of people out there that are quite happy to get involved.
Thank you so much for all your good work and your team.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kramer. I really appreciate the work here. I wanted to specifically comment on, I guess that's page 5 of your report, but you included page 37 of ours. You included the distribution of participation by ward, and that was a concern of mine. I'm very happy to see that you've addressed it. I just have one question, and it goes back to something that you referenced earlier, and that's the I guess you would say, disappointing feedback with respect to arts and culture, and yet there's obviously a very high concern with the economy. Do you think that the people that possibly responded to the survey were missing that link between arts and culture as an economic development driver?
I think people often do miss that link. Again, I do want to emphasize that we did hear quite a bit about arts and culture, and certainly in the Environics survey, it was certainly there. People, again, it may not have been the top priority like transportation, but between the top and second priority, it was right up there with 80% of people, or over 70% of people saying arts and culture are really important to this community and its development. But you're absolutely right. I think it is often missed. Arts and culture is often seen as a frill, not as a driver of the economy. And I think the city's done a great job moving, for instance, the Advisory Committee for Arts and Culture under economic development. I think that's a good move. I think that helps deliver the message to people that there is that link.
Thank you. The work is much appreciated.
Councillor Vanovich, back to you for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And what I'd like to do is that we move acceptance of the report and authorize staff to proceed to phases 3 and 4 of our strategic planning roadmap that can be found on page 5B-5, namely the facilitated corporate-wide collaboration, and Mayor and Council take the lead.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Ioannidis. Discussion?
Maybe just, if I can, very briefly, Mr. Mayor. Again, just thank the committee for the great work that they did. I think this document is excellent because it both confirms many of the things that we heard through the Environics survey, which is a statistically accurate survey of our residents and how they're feeling about a variety of issues concerning the municipality. And it also brings clarification to some of the things that perhaps we weren't quite clear on in terms of the messaging that was coming through it. Most importantly, it's going to provide the next council a roadmap that they're going to be able to use together with our staff and build a work plan for the next 4 years to provide our community direction going forward.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. Those in favour? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Theron and Laurie and the rest of the Compass Kitchener team. We'll now move on to a presentation from the Kitchener-Waterloo Art Gallery, Shirley Medill, who is Executive Director. And for those in the audience, we ask the organizations that we give major grants to that they come once a year and give us an update on their activities. So, Shirley, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Zaire, councillors, and city staff. Before I start with our update, I just, on behalf of the board of directors, 5 of whom are sitting behind me, and the staff, we want to thank the City of Kitchener for their support over this past year. The last presentation that we did was in October of 2013, and in wrapping up, there were a number of questions on the part of the councillors for the gallery, and I thought I would start the update with the 2013 summary, various highlights that occurred so that we can move into the 2014 update. We're pleased to say that we ended 2013 with a balanced budget as we projected. We had a surplus of $299. We completed renovations to the community access space. This was the $120,000 we raised through matching funds with the Federal Development Program. We also were able to launch the professional development art-based program with the resident doctors in Kitchener-Waterloo, and this was in collaboration with the Department of Family Medicine at McMaster. We received a major financial gift from Alan Tannenbaum. He's the son of Joey and Toby Tannenbaum in Toronto, who are a major philanthropist, of $50,000. We enjoyed a 67% increase in the school student participation, and we began the process of interviews with stakeholders in the development of our strategic plan from 2015 to 2020. That was finished in April of this year. Our 2014 exhibitions are listed, and what I'm going to do is just give you the visual tour, the visual journey through what has happened. We began the year with the story of Canadian art, and these were major works from the Hart House collection at the University of Toronto. These works, it's a rare occurrence to see these works as they've never been out of Hart House for over 30 years. But many of these works are signature pieces in the development of Canadian art, and most of them will be seen in any art history book taught at any university. Those were the innovators of the past. We also show innovators of the present, and this is a young artist, Tristan Lansdowne, Provisional Futures, and these were a selection of exquisite watercolors that showed a fusion of architecture and landscape. And then the innovators of the future, often shown with our Expressions exhibition, and this is the student work from the region, from the schools in the region. We're in our 39th year. Next year, we'll continue with an anniversary of 40 years of these student works. Also, we showed 11 major photographs by Michael Floman, and these photographs were donated to the gallery by Douglas Hendler, who is a lawyer in Toronto. And one of the key things with our Community Curator Project is we invite curators in the community. And Canada, Our Country was an exhibition that was co-curated by Rohinton Medora, who is the CEO at CG, and Neil Turok, who's the CEO at Perimeter Institute. And they selected works from the collection that were visual impressions of being immigrants to Canada. The spring session featured Extraordinary Folk, and these were selections from the major collection of international naive art from the Joey and Toby Tannenbaum collection. They possess over 144 works. There were 55 in the exhibition from 17 countries, and we showed works from every single country that was represented in the collection. And we open our fall program on September the 26th with photographs by Lynn Cohen. She's a significant Canadian artist who we lost to cancer, actually, in July. And this will be not the last show of her work, but certainly a very profound show. And also the work of Jason DeHaan, again, another young contemporary artist. In the permanent collection, we were very active 2014. This is Jennifer Bullock, our registrar, conducting a vault tour. We still offer them. Detail of one of the photographs that I just mentioned that were donated. We were able to purchase a Tristram Lansdowne work with funds that were actually donated by a member and supporter of the gallery. The only other gallery that has made a presence in purchasing such a work has been the National Gallery of Canada, so we've been in second in that kind of visionary approach. And also, we were able to purchase this photograph by Isabelle Hayur. It was a commission piece. She documented of the Grand River here, and we were able to receive matching funds from the Canada Council. And of particular note, Alan Tannenbaum and Joey and Toby Tannenbaum have donated 44 works from this large collection of international naive art, and the rest of the 100 works will be donated to the gallery over a 5-year span. This is going to be the largest collection of international naive work of paintings in North America. So we see this as a visitor attraction to Kitchener-Waterloo. It's also suitably positioned here, as many countries that are represented really include the region's immigrant population. And the Tannenbaums were very specific that they really wished this collection to be shared with the community centers and the schools. So we'll be working with the community on that. The donation also provided leverage for us to receive matching funds from Cultural Spaces in the Museum Assistance Program at the Department of Canadian Heritage that will assist us with needed vault refurbishments. I think you're already aware we continue with the permanent collection initiatives in loaning works from the collection to various places in the community. And the public programs continue to be extensive. I'm not going to, because of time, I'm not going to go and list them all. But these are the audiences that we take into account when we're doing these public programs. And so to show you some of the images in terms of what has happened, the summer camp program, Family Sundays, the March Break, PDDA camp are all part of our attention to families and to children's programs. Also, we're in our third year of the Youth Council, and this has been funded by the TD Bank, and this council continues to grow and actually program their own activities. We participated in 7 festivals this summer, and one thing we initiated in concert and collaboration with our more diverse community is a Cultural Crossroads open house, and this happened on July the 3rd. Continuing with art and wellness initiatives, we're going to be in our 4th year with the Alzheimer's Society in a program. We began Seniors in the Studio, and this is a collaboration with Schlegel Villages. We had support from the Kitchener-Waterloo Community Foundation for this, and we're working with the Winston Park Senior Retirement Residents. This program is going to continue with more input from the Institute for and Research of Aging at the University of Waterloo. And then, of course, the Art of Seeing program with the resident doctors. We collaborate a great deal. These are just a few of the collaborations. You're familiar with the Building Waterloo project with Clay and Glass and Cambridge Galleries and the University Waterloo School of Architecture. We're happy to report that we continue collaborations with the Kitchener Public Library, not only with our lunch hour series, but also programming films currently in their new theater space. We do films with the Multicultural Cinema Club, the Symphony. We continue with our after parties. And we're also continuing with internships. These are curatorial and art education internships from the University of Waterloo. And our publication collaborations are extensive. These are a number of the organizations, cultural organizations and galleries that we collaborate with across the country. Now, we're pleased that we have some really solid sponsors and supporters for our programs. These are not all of them, but, it's a good selection. If it weren't for Sun Life Financial, we wouldn't be offering free admission. Scotiabank is backing our school program. And the RBC Wealth Management, Manulife Financial for Expressions. Gowlings is really supportive of our young professional networking. And so on until the records, with our media sponsorship. So fundraisers as well, our Black and Gold Gala that I know you're familiar with. And I just want to dive right into our operating budget, given the time.
Yes, if you could wrap up quickly.
Yeah, just quickly though, 1.25 is this. This is what our pie looks like. The private support's at 53%. I note that this has been an increase of 3% from that. And this is where the funding is divided in terms of the percentage. What's important to note is we started deficit reduction this year in increments of 25,000. It's going to take a lot of hard work, but we expect again to balance and meet that. We had a 2,000 increase from Canada Council. Much of the rest is status quo, but if you look at the City of Waterloo, we did receive a letter last year that they are rolling the sustainability funding into operating and are working at increasing us at 10,000. And I just want to leave with certain challenges, which still is financial sustainability. We're increasing our private sector support. Sometimes the growth is inhibited because once we're decreased in other measures of support, the private support just balances out. I worry about HR. Sometimes we're losing some of our qualified staff to other sectors in the community and other cities, mainly because our compensation levels are not competitive with other cities in the cultural sector. And although we work diligently with the constraints of the space to make best use of the gallery's footprint, the facility continues to pose challenges for the collection and optimum show of Class A exhibitions. And I just end with these.
Go ahead.
There. Close.
Okay.
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
There are a few questions. Councillor Glenn Graham.
Shirley, we're very lucky to have you and your team here, and I know that some of the art that's come to our city is as a result of your connections and all your hard work, so kudos to you and your team. I did want to ask you about the cultural groups, and in particular, the Naive Art. How extensively do we outreach to try and attract the groups that Theron was talking about earlier in terms of going where they are? Do we hit the networks that we know are cohesive and existing to try and bring them as a group, just like a school would come in?
Are you talking about our cultural?
Yes.
Cultural diverse community? Yes, I think what's important in addressing that, and very similar to use Youth Council as a perfect example, it's not within our purview to say, this is what we're going to do and you're going to come. What we need to do is bring them to the table. So what we did was we had a focus group of representatives from the cultural community to meet with us, and we asked them what would they like to see, what is it that we could do with them in order to program. So it became more of a collaborative effort than us setting something out and thinking that that build it and they will come. It truly was what you call a partnership with the groups. So with multicultural cinema, for example, the open house Crossroads, element was part of that, and it just now opened the door to, Empty Space, Numis, for example, for more collaborative programs.
That's an even better answer than I was expecting. One final comment is that we're looking at the Centre and the Square in terms of their infrastructure, and we were surprised recently about how to play catch-up, and certainly you've flagged this now, so I hope that we do get some fulsome report at some point in the near future about what your needs are so that we're not caught off guard, and we do certainly have a plan to address that because we have a great facility. We need to keep art in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Zare, I just wanted to make just a quick comment, and I think Ms. Medill was being very modest in their obtaining the Tannenbaum donation. I think that's a rather significant donation to the community, and again, it's a testament to yourself and to your team and the board and everything, and I just wanted to congratulate you.
Thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you. No question, Mayor Zaire. I just actually was wondering if Shirley could go back and show us those two graphs. You sort of skipped by them pretty quickly.
That's fine.
Thank you.
The two graphs that I show is we were doing research on municipal funding with colleagues. This is a topic that's shared amongst the colleagues, and we looked at where the Kitchener-Waterloo Art Gallery was situated in terms of all the municipal funding, and that, of course, the City of Waterloo and City of Kitchener, and also that support in dollars and also the percentage of the budget. Very low on that graph. You'll see some in Ontario that are equal to us, in operating and some that are less, and some from other parts of Canada in comparison. The other is a graph that's actually taken from the Kitchener-Waterloo Community Foundation Vital Signs report. This report shows this decrease in employment in cultural industries and the Waterloo region being significantly low. This was a report using Statistics Canada within that, and apparently there was a gap between 6,000 to 9,000, so a loss of about 3,000 workers in the cultural industry. So, in knowing when some of our staff have left, it's not because they are not dedicated to arts and culture or love the gallery where they work. It's mostly about the compensation levels, and that is often hand in hand with our financial sustainability and where we're working to increase that.
Thanks very much. I'm glad you went back to that. Councillor Banovich.
Thank you. And just while that slide is up, first of all, thank you, Shirley, for coming in and making this presentation. As my colleagues have said, you and your team are doing an incredible job, and really appreciate that on behalf of the community. In terms of this slide, and in particular that drop in 2011-12, it's quite substantive in that 1 year. Is there particular things we can attribute it to that you're aware of?
Is there a reason for it?
Yeah, particular reasons?
I think part of it is that they may have included, the recreation component within that, but there has been nothing that we've identified that's been some catastrophe, in a cultural organization that would cause that. But it is the levels of, when we're thinking about attraction, and I know that the city and the region talks a great deal about attraction and retention, and the cultural sector playing a role in that. It's difficult to ascertain is that if the cultural sector is to grow into this, I think a vibrant community, then why would they, why are they leaving? So we cannot pinpoint any major institution or something that showed that decline. It's been it looks like it's a progressive decline in that industry.
Right, and I guess part of me is just wondering, because I know, and I can't remember exactly when it happened, but StatsCan changed some of their data collection practices and so on, and I'm wondering whether or not, what's defined in that category has changed and perhaps speaks to part of that number, because it just seems dramatically different in comparison to the other sort of ups and downs that were experienced over the years. The second question I have, and obviously, more dollars is something that always is of help, but as you talk to us as a municipality, other than dollars, what are the things that we can do to help the art gallery in its work, in its development, or in its advocacy to others, to help you become more successful?
That's a very good question, and thank you for asking that. It's important for the gallery to have a really solid relationship with its municipalities, and the reason it's important is that other funding entities, such as the Canada Council that gives us grant funding on a multi-year basis, and the Ontario Arts Council that does. We're ranked very high in terms of our programming with these granting organizations. And they do look at the municipalities. They look at the funding, and they also look at that relationship. So it's really important that we maintain a very solid relationship, like with the updates and our struggles and our challenges. I think the facility, we really need your help with that. I mark that as a high priority. If we are going to attract and retain people, it's the building and the ability to bring in Class A exhibitions. I remember, and I'll say, a member of the community once said, you're not the Louvre, you're not going to be the Louvre, but that does not mean that I can't borrow a piece from the Louvre, all right? I can contact the Louvre and borrow a piece as long as our gallery has the appropriate environmental conditions to get such a work, or something from another European gallery, or a major, contemporary work. So I think that the facility is really critical. The other is, we really see ourselves as playing a major role in the revitalization of this downtown core in this city in many ways. And I think that conversations with the Kitchener-Waterloo Art Gallery in terms of how we can do that and how we can partner with that is really incredibly important for that. The Civic District, I think, it's going to be a jewel. With the center in the square and the gallery and what can develop in the Civic District can be awesome, really, truly. So I think that's, again, a conversation as a stakeholder, within that we should be really definitely a part of.
Absolutely. And thank you for that, because I think it's, while certainly the building end of things has some dollars attached to it, the other pieces don't necessarily in a direct way, and certainly I think help articulate how we can strengthen the partnership between us as a municipality and yourselves as the gallery. And the important role that it plays in the overall arts and culture scene in our community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of good questions have already been asked, so I'll be very brief. Shirley, it's very clear to see that Kitchener-Waterloo Art Gallery does a lot with very little. Can you remind me again what type of funding is received through the region or from the region?
From the region of Waterloo? We do not receive funding from the region of Waterloo.
Good. The reason why I was asking that question, and every time I hear it, it both puzzles me and angers me at the same time, because the benefits that are received from an organization such as yours are region-wide. The audience is region-wide.
Yes.
I'm going to interrupt for just a second because of some background, which may be helpful here.
Sure.
The region actually did support the art gallery a number of years ago, and there was a trade-off made at that time so that because there were requests from art galleries beyond the KW Art Gallery for support, and the trade-off was that the region would increase their support to the KW Symphony for the equal amount of what was being put into the galleries. And so it was a wash, and that the symphony was seen as a broader reach, and that the art galleries were more focused in their communities, such as Cambridge or Kitchener-Waterloo. It's not to say that can't change, but there was a rationale behind it, so that the region did do that, but it did not reduce the amount going to arts and culture. It was just repurposed, and it was a trade-off, a zero-sum gain or a zero-sum loss for everyone at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that clarification. And though I understand it adds extra clarity, I still feel the region doesn't do its fair share when it comes to supporting our arts and culture community. So does a request get made to the region? Is there still a level of advocacy that continues to be put forward to the region from the gallery?
The only instance in which that was made was a one-time instance in which the Kitchener-Waterloo Art Gallery, the Cambridge Galleries, came forward, the Clay and Glass as well, to combine efforts in a marketing campaign for the fall of 2013, I believe. And we received, for that time, $30,000 strictly to market the region, through our exhibitions. It was one time only, and we were able to do an outreach in that regard. We were not able to go back to the table for another request, although we did ask. There wasn't the possibility of funding for that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I think we all need to continue to advocate and try to get more funding from the region for these type of initiatives. Thank you.
That's all the questions and comments. So thank you very much,
Thank
Shirley,
you
and the
very
entire
much.
team that was with you and
Yes.
behind you.
Thank you.
And we appreciate you being here. Now, I see the class is leaving, but I would encourage you to take a look at the online report of tonight's council meeting, because we'll be getting into more give and take, and particularly on the planning side of things that may be of interest to you. Thank you for being here. We will now move into the delegation portion of the council meeting. Remind those who are here making presentations or representations that you have 5 minutes to state your case, and the bell, which you sometimes hear from the clerk's desk, indicates that you have 1 minute remaining in that 5 minutes. So if he would ask you to wrap up at that point. The first delegation is Dave Lewis. And there is a one-pager in front of us with a picture on it. Welcome, Dave.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Zaire and members of council. Draw your attention to the sheet with my extreme photography skills on the back. I bring you a message of a difficulty that I would like to see remedied, potential safety and liability issue with a retaining wall that's adjacent to my property. I live at 74 Beamer Street, which is right on the corner of Beamer and Elizabeth. And the retaining wall is right supporting the earth that is exactly beside the driveway. The retaining wall is about 30 feet in length and 36 inches. Apologize for the metric, by the way. About 36 inches at its highest. Begins right at the sidewalk, and within 15 feet it's at maximum height and runs the entire length at that height. We have student traffic. It's our home is strategically, I guess you could say, positioned between Pruder School and St. Therese School. So there are kids going in both directions every morning and late afternoon. It's a well-used pedestrian route. People who are coming up St. Ledger cut across Pruder Street and right past our house on their way down to Lancaster, bus routes and whatever down in that area. And back and forth traffic happens there all the time. We purchased our home in 1999, and at the time with the purchase, there was a survey in place that clearly showed the wall, clearly showed that the wall is situated on city property. At the time, I didn't think much of it other than the fact that, it's a City of Kitchener wall, so therefore everything's good. And I didn't think much of it, and I do apologize, these dates are not 100% accurate. They're my best recollection of how it worked, so it's approximately give and take within a year or so. 2010, I noticed that the wall was starting to degrade, so I phoned with best of intentions City of Kitchener to see what their plan would be for dealing with the situation. A fellow came out in a truck in short order and took a look at me, walked up and down the wall and said, well, we'll arrive at a compromise, I'm pretty sure, and hopped in his truck, and he was gone before my jaw got back up off the ground. I had no idea that there was a compromise or that there was anything that I was potentially in line for being responsible for. So what any well-intentioned person would do at the time, I completely ignored it and forgot about it and hoped it would all go away. So 2 years later, driving up St. Ledger, I happened to come across a city crew dutifully repairing a retaining wall on the corner of St. Ledger and Blucher. Wow, this looks good. I just remembered I had a wall that needed repair of its own. And since I found out there are several other retaining walls in our neighborhood that are maintained by the city. So I called, and this time the answer I got back that there was going to be no compromise, that I was 100% responsible for the maintenance of that wall that is on, I repeat, city property. Again, I completely forgot about that for a while, and then now we're at a state, and if you turn over, you'll see the condition of the wall. My main concern is one of safety. As you can see, the wall, as I said, begins at grade. It's a kid magnet. What kid wouldn't want to be climbing on that wall? It's a perfect, nice slope that goes up to a height, and so it's used all the time. Children are climbing on the wall. There is crumbling concrete that's falling on city sidewalk. It's, again, the safety of pedestrians. As the wall degrades further, I'm concerned, and I bring this to your attention, and I'm looking for a reasonable solution to this issue.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wilmer, or Whitmer, rather. No, it is. The names are very similar here. Mr. Wilmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Has some information, and then we'll go to the questions to the delegation.
A procedural suggestion, if it's council's will, because this would be information that's new to council, if you'd like to refer this to staff, we can work through what the issues are with the property owner and report back to council with some options.
Okay, I would ask you to keep that in mind with the questions so we can continue on. Councillor Glenn Graham.
I think that's an appropriate outcome of today. And Dave, thank you for coming in. We've spoken before.
Yes, we have.
In terms of the number of other retaining walls that you've seen that have been managed or repaired by the city, could you help us understand, were they on private or public property?
And again, forgive me, I don't know 100%, but in the conversations with the neighbors, I did my dutifully walk around on Sunday and talk to people who are gardening and or knocked on a few doors. And my understanding is they're on city property. The walls are different in terms of structure. However, yes, my understanding is they're on city property, but I couldn't say it 100%.
Was there a rationale provided as to why those walls were maintained or repaired?
Yeah, thank you for asking the question. Yes, there certainly was. And the rationale was that the wall was not built by City of Kitchener. Again, obviously, I didn't build the wall. I don't know who built the wall.
I think we're starting to get into the hows. And
that's the rationale.
I think that we should get that information in a fulsome report.
Fine. I just thought the delegation was here. It would be helpful information, but certainly, if I guess, Dave, it would be appropriate to come back and we can go through things again.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Are you prepared to?
I'll move.
I'll have one more comment or question, and then I'll go to you for reference to.
Yes, please.
Councillor Yunetsky, again, not in the detail here. It's just
just a simple question. Where's the property line between the city property line and your property?
My property line is approximately 9 foot 6 inches from the edge of my home, and again, forgive me, I don't have the absolute, but it's approximately 3 feet from my property line to the retaining wall.
3 feet?
3 feet.
So that could be maybe a good chunk of the driveway?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Glenn Graham. Do you want to? Thank you very much.
Thank you,
You're
Dave.
welcome.
So I would just like to ask staff how many weeks or months they would need to prepare this in order to create the motion.
Mr. Wilmer?
At this point, because it's, I think, new information to many of us, it's difficult to give an estimate. If council wants to refer this to the November meeting, which would be the next meeting, the last meeting in this term, we can report back there either with options or with a more accurate estimate as to when it will take.
Thanks very much, Mr. Wilmer. And so I move that we bring this back for the November council meeting, in the last meeting in our term.
Okay, that's November 17.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Fernandez. Those in favour? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you for coming in, Dave. The next delegations deal with the Walter Street properties, Vanguard Developments, and we have several delegations, 5 to be specific. Actually, Garrett Stevenson is a staff person. He's going to give us a PowerPoint presentation to update us on the matter. Garrett?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll provide you just with a brief update since our last meeting. the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee, where I present this report for the first time on August 11th. Since that time, with direction from the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee, I had met with interested residents, Ward Councillor Frank Etherington, and the development team and myself to discuss a couple of outstanding issues that were identified during that meeting. As a result of that meeting, attached to my staff report is a revised bylaw. The changes from the bylaw presented to Council versus the bylaw presented to the committee in August is a change to the visitor parking rate. As a result of those discussions, the developer has revised their requested bylaw and can provide 22% visitor parking, which exceeds the zoning minimum of 20%. Just to jog your memory, the location of this site is on Walter Street. It backs onto commercial and residential properties on King Street West, which are in the King Street West mixed-use corridor. It's adjacent to King Edward Public School, across the street from the King Edward Public School downfield, the outdoor play area, and it's located close to KCI School as well. As I mentioned, as a result of the neighborhood meeting that was held in August, there was an additional change that was made to the visitor parking rate. But it's worth noting that through these flow processes here that I have in front of you, the left being the official plan and zone change applications that are before you tonight, the right being the site planning process that is a parallel process running. Each square that you see outlined in black, there have been changes made to the development proposal, and the developer has been committed to working with the neighborhood as well as suggestions from planning staff to amend their development proposal moving forward. I'd just like to draw your attention to my staff report, page 8B3. On that, at the bottom of the page, I have bulleted some points that I believe would be key for the site and what makes this site different from other residential properties in the KW Hospital area. Mainly being that the properties have already been zoned for multiple residential. The request for the official plan amendment and the zone change tonight is to increase the scale of that multiple dwelling, but multiple dwellings were always considered for this property. This site is buffered by some multiple residential uses, institutional uses, open space, and a large redevelopment opportunity along King Street, which we'll see transition over time, which already has official plan policies and zoning in place to permit development that's at much greater scale than what's proposed. So in conclusion, staff recommend that this council adopt the official plan amendment as attached to the staff report and approve the zone change as recommended by planning staff. I'm, of course, available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Garrett, or would you like to hold them until the end? Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll wait until after the delegations.
Okay. So we'll go into the delegations then. First one is Greg Romanek. Welcome, Greg.
Thank you, Mayor Zaire, members of council, staff, ladies and gentlemen. Since the deferral motion in August, we've gone back and we've worked really hard to look at the issues that were raised in that motion. We've done a lot of analysis, consideration of options. From that, we generated a number of new ideas and some additional presentation material for both the residents and for yourselves, and I know you have our package tonight. We brought this to the neighborhood information meeting on August 27th, and we had I thought, a very open, positive, constructive discussion. Coming out of that, we've made some adjustments, again, to our proposal. I think the key one is that we've increased the amount of visitor parking because that seems to be the one variable that's the hardest to control. We have some other options for improving parking or adding to parking over time if required. We also did discuss a number of site plan type of issues at the meeting, and we've committed to a number of ideas, but the biggest one probably is a strong landscape buffering plan, particularly between the school site and our project. I do have a couple of slides that I'm not going to get into right now, but I can come back to explain the additional visitor parking as well as possible future additional parking if we were to need this. These elements are in your package. I would say that adding to Garrett's comments about precedent, I think there are two key things that come to our awareness. One is Council's official plan amendment number 99, dealing with the parts planning process. That policy does allow for the consideration of applications such as ours prior to parts planning proceeding and or neighborhood planning, where the projects that are proposed, where the project that's proposed is in an area of planned or expected intensification, and where traffic demand measures are being applied. And in our project, we have taken a very comprehensive, fulsome approach to traffic and transportation demand management. I think the other piece relative to the precedent is this is generally a fairly unique site in as much as it is on the edge of the KW Hospital neighborhood. It's in the block bounded by Walter Street and King Street, so it is along the Central Transit Corridor. It is surrounded by land uses that are commercial, institutional by nature, and the property is split zone, so it really does have a lot of characteristics that make it different from other properties in the neighborhood. We've looked very closely and we have evaluated the height, design, and scale of the building. We've considered what the effects of bringing it down would be, and our belief is, from a business case project economics point of view, we really believe that this size of a project will allow us the kind of yield and results that we can use to apply a quality architecture and a quality internal finish. This will allow us to reach the target market that we want, which are urban dwellers who will like to live in this kind of location and use the amenities and infrastructure that's there or planned to be there, particularly the LRT. We've tried to consider the elements related to compatibility, and we really feel that the project design fits the area, and subsequent delegation, Matt Bowen, will speak to this, but we do see this as being an ideal transition area for this kind of project. We think it's reasonable intensification in a very strategic location. The design has been thought through to be very sensitive to the surroundings, and we believe fit with the context of that surrounding area. One further thought is that we believe it can represent a good model and an example of intensification, the kind of intensification that the City of Kitchener will want to see more of as you go forward with the intensification process. We think a number of key planning objectives are realized: neighborhood reinvestment, revitalization. This project and the people who live here will support surrounding services. It'll optimize the use of existing, new, planned infrastructure in the area. The increase in density will support walking, cycling, and use of public transit. It's a mixed use that will bring another option for living into the more complete community living environment. So it's our conclusion from a planning point of view in particular that the project really is compatible. It's been designed to fit in, and we believe it represents good and reasonable planning. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Councillor Etherington, did you have a question here, or do you want to hold that to later? Okay. Councillor Etherington first.
So my first question is, the residents' first concern, Mr. Romanek, was the height of the building. There's been no change to the height of the building, am I correct?
That is correct, Councillor Etherington. Now, Mr. Boland will speak to that issue more so than I have, but you're correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Fernandez.
Yes, thank you. In going through your package, I was interested in looking at some of the pictures that you had put in here. And so I don't know if you have your package in front of you, but on page 04, you've got two pictures. And just, are these actual photographs or are they photographs with enhancements done to them?
I'm sorry, I don't have the package that you have in front of you now. I'm somewhat familiar with it. I don't know if you're able to put that picture up, but also my colleague, Mr. Boland, has it and will be speaking to it. He may be best to answer your question, but... So which...
Well, both the pictures that I see, and I've been down that street a couple of times now, look significantly different than what I see when I'm driving down there. So my question to you is, are these actual pictures, or are they pictures that have been enhanced for this document?
Through you, Mayor Zaire, with respect, Councillor, I think if you could ask that question to Mr. Boland, his company has prepared this package. I know that they are actual photographs, and I don't believe they've been enhanced in any way, but I think he can speak to that much better than I can.
Okay, that's fine, I can do that. In your conclusion of your report, you talk about the Walter Street and King Street is more diverse and less stable in as much as current official plan policy and zoning anticipate. Can you explain to me what you mean by less stable?
Well, I think the point being that in the King Street corridor, in the block, particularly between Walter and King Street, there is, at every level of the regions and cities planning regime, a lot of expectation for change in that area, right from the region's official plan through the cities and the zoning that currently applies. All of that reflects a vision that area will change quite a bit in time if it's going to capitalize on those regulations, and I think everyone expects that's likely to happen given just the growth of the city and then the introduction of the higher level of transit that's coming.
Okay, so you've told me that there's expectation of change and that there's, but you still haven't explained to me what you mean by less stable.
I think simply it's just the fact that there's the expectation a lot will change. It's going to change, and it's going to see a lot of change and redevelopment.
Okay, I mean, I agree that it's going to see change, but I don't know. I'm concerned that you're saying it's less stable because of its present state. But I mean, you could have a couple of families move in and do some wonderful work in the houses, and it would be a nice, stable, family-oriented area, in close proximity to a hospital and school, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. You talked about the size. And the reason you hadn't changed the size was because it would gain us the best yield.
Yes.
And am I to understand when you say the best yield, that means the most units that you could possibly put in that building?
No, actually, no, it's not. It's a yield that balances the kind of unit types that my client wishes to have, and these units are generally not units oriented to single people. Say, for example, they're not all one-bedroom unit. There's bedroom units. There's a mix, so that we can actually attract people that will be from a fairly diverse market. It would include younger professionals, singles, couples, possibly in some cases small families, but also seniors, empty nesters, people who are looking to make a change in where and how they live from perhaps a more ownership situation or a lower density situation to a situation such as this, where they can be close to amenities and shopping and transit and the core of the city.
Has your client come up with a rough estimate of what they would be selling these units for, or are they going to be rented?
The units are planned to be rented, and my clients have pro formas that give them a sense of the range of rental rates and related to this type of unit, and they do their modeling, their business case modeling on a variety of assumptions like that, yes.
So what would the rental prices be if they come up with some kind of a plan for that?
I personally don't know what their planned rental rates are, and I don't know if they're able to speak to that tonight. If you'd like one of them to come down, I can ask them.
Sure.
Okay, we have about 45 seconds left in your 5-minute
That's all.
slot.
This was my last question.
So the individual coming down is Tom Rakic, who's one of the owners and principals of Vanguard Developments, Inc.
Thank you.
So we don't have the exact rental rates set. They'll be based on market rental rates for the area. And so typically, obviously, the 2 bedrooms are going to be a little bit more expensive than the 1 bedrooms. But to speak to a specific number, I think it's premature at this time.
Okay, you don't have a ballpark idea yet?
It's hard to say. I think we need to identify more closely what the market rate is for the neighborhood and the uptake.
I'll just help you understand. I just want to know what market you're targeting. I mean, is it small, lower income families who would be in close proximity to a school and a hospital, or are you looking at a higher end? But that's fine. Thank you very much for your answers.
Councillor Yanetsky.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Romanek. From the last time that you were here and the issues that have been raised, do you feel you've resolved all the issues with the neighborhood?
No, I think clearly that from our meetings, the residents expressed desire to see a much lower form. I think a smaller and lower form of development was one of the key issues that I don't believe we've met their desire at this point. I think we've met a number of other issues through our discussions. I think we've made some improvements in the parking, the visitor parking in particular, and even just the whole layout of the parking relative to the project that we're proposing. We've talked a lot about, and we've come to understand a lot more about some of the site planning issues, and we've indicated a very real interest to make this project work well from a site design point of view. We've also, some of the discussion has caused us to look very closely at other parking possibilities. We are committed to the idea that through transportation, traffic demand management, we can manage this building with the parking rate we're requesting. However, knowing how much concern there is about that, we have developed a number of possible fallback or improvement options that, should we need to, in time, meet a market demand that we're not expecting to see now, we have some options. So I think through the discussions, there's been a lot of good thinking and a lot of good development of ideas that are good for both the immediate term and the long term.
Okay, thank you. The other questions I have pertain to parking. And you're going to be complying with the parking requirement. So how many spaces were you asking for a reduction for before, and how many spaces will you have now in total?
But the change that's occurred is in the area of visitor parking. So typically in any zone, whatever number of parking spaces are required to be provided, 20% are to be for visitor parking. We'd initially requested a reduction to 15%. We subsequently increased that to 19%, and since the discussions we've just had, we've withdrawn that part of our application, which is we were asking no reduction from the normal zone requirement for 20%, minimum 20% visitor parking. We exceed that now.
Okay, so as a result of that statement, the total number of parking spaces still remains the same. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so the site plan that we looked at previously, or that we had in our package, is still the same?
No, it's in the package that we've provided you. There are a few very maybe subtle adjustments, but it's not quite the same.
I'm referring more in terms of parking and that.
Yeah. And it's very similar. It's very much largely the same. But I think this drawing probably captures the key change. We've done two things to increase the visitor parking. One, we've committed one additional space to visitor parking than we'd had previously. The other thing that we've proposed to do is to move one of the two required accessibility spaces from the outside area of the external area of the parking lot to inside the underground parking area. And we see two benefits for that. It actually provides another space for visitor parking outside, but it also provides a covered, sheltered accessibility space inside, which we see as a good outcome and a good benefit to the overall project.
And final question also pertains to parking. In this handout that you have here on page 13, you've got additional parking identified as hydraulic parking system of a potential, 2 or 4 more spaces. That's not part of this package. That's a potential future addition, although there's going to be a cost to install that too.
That is correct. This slide speaks to these further options that we've developed. And actually, we feel good about this, and we attribute it to the good discussion that we've had all along, the dialogue we've had all along in the process. The area that's shown here, the larger area in green, 6 spaces, that will be built in a form that provides for a rough-in. It'll allow for later installation for some subset number or all of that area to be the hydraulic parking that's shown in this diagram. But it is true, we're not proposing to do that. We don't believe we need that extra parking, but this will provide for an alternative or an outlet should there be a strong demand to actually pay more for parking.
Okay,
The other piece to that puzzle, Councillor Yunetsi, is that at the back end of the property shown here in white, there's a small rectangular piece of land that is owned by the Waterloo Region District School Board. It's a landlocked little block that's probably has some history to it way back.
You could wrap up, Craig. 5 minutes.
So we're looking to acquire that. We've been into very positive discussions with the board. And when we acquire that, our intention is to actually expand the underground portion of the parking to add 2 spaces further.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are 2 more questions. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, just a quick question. I want to go back to this yield. When you were speaking earlier, you said that what you've got planned now gives you the yield that you would best like. And you answered Councillor Fernandez. When we're talking the yield, aren't we really talking the bottom line to the return on this investment? And I'm not. There's nothing wrong with that. I espouse a free enterprise system, and that would be your goal. But is that what it is?
I don't think the goal of this project has been to maximize yield. I think the project of this project, as my clients have come to it, is to optimize the yield. In theory, I guess, we could have come in with a bigger, larger proposal with even more units that would have provided for an even greater economic return. I think my point is that this level of building, which we really do feel fits in and is appropriate in this location, is also at a scale that allows us the right kind of yield that we can put the kinds of external and internal enhancements into it to make it a very good quality building. And we think that's going to be a credit to this area, to this neighborhood, and we think it's going to attract solid tenants that will want to live in this part of the city of Kitchener. So I see it as more an optimization. It's not being maximizing, it's not being greedy, it's just it creates the right level of a business case to provide a really good product.
Thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Zaire. Thanks, Mr. Romanek, for your presentation. And a few questions that I have is just more or less your professional opinion. And does this current development, does it meet the official plan and urban design vision by our city? What have they as proposed?
Very much so, in my opinion. I believe it does, yes.
Okay. The other question I wanted to ask about is, in relation to this development, where is the proximity to LRT?
How close is it to the LRT? Well, the LRT will run down King Street in this location, so it's, I mean, physically, I guess the distance is 1 block, but I guess more accurately, it's in an 8 to 9 minute walking distance to two stations, one being the hub at Victoria and King and the other being the Grand River Hospital station, which will be in front of the hospital.
Okay. And my other question is, where's this property situated to the nearest, let's say, grocery store?
Well, the nearest grocery store is the supermarket on King Street, which would be more or less immediately behind this, but you do have to walk around the block, Walter, Agnes, King. So the supermarket across from KCI would be the closest food store, which is an amenity for this development, no question. And the other positive that I'm trying to bring to bear is that the housing and the people that will live here will also supply market base for all of those various commercial services in that area, which will strengthen that.
Okay. And then in your professional opinion, so would you think that because of the proximity of a grocery store and the proximity of LRT, in theory, you would think there would be less demand for parking?
That definitely is both the theory, and I think to some degree it's been seen to be the case in many urban municipalities in Canada.
Okay. So in other words, this development is pretty well bang on in the center of where things should be walkable within a 5-minute time frame?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, one last question, Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Romanek. Mr. Romanek, how many houses will be demolished to make way for this building?
Three dwellings.
And what condition are they in?
I would characterize them as tired. They're older homes that have probably fallen into some neglect over some period of time. I would say that would have been the case even before my clients acquired them, and my clients have made some effort to at least just keep them into reasonable condition, but they have not done anything to bring them up in standard.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's the balance of the questions.
Thank you very much.
Is the next delegation.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to further describe this design, in addition to what Greg Romanek from Stantec has laid out. Greg spoke obviously more to the process we've been through and some of the adjustments that specifically have been made to the application since we were last in. What I'd like to do is specifically speak to the architectural design in relation to the compatibility of this proposed redevelopment within the surrounding context of the built environment. For the sake of time, I'd like to just focus, and as you know, you have the presentation in front of you, supplementary urban design presentation that we've prepared in the last number of weeks and through our consultations with some of the neighborhood residents. I'm going to focus my presentation here this evening on three major categories, and they are: number one, height and size of building; number two, building facade and materials; and number three, building stepbacks. So to begin, with height and size of building, I think a big important thing for us, although some previous comments, we have not decreased the height of this building. I think one thing that we've tried to do is explain it further and give some visual graphic explanation so that it can be better digested and understood. This isn't just simply a 6-story building on a flat site. It's actually a very unique site, both in terms of its topographical sloped landform, as well as its location and some of the existing surrounding built context. So the slide in front of you right now, what we've done is a series of massing studies, and I apologize, they are a bit small in the thumbnail format, but what you can see across the top row is we are showing the existing built context, so the existing built form. And as you go from the left to right, you see the existing buildings on the site. In the center of the top left box, going from left to right, you see the as-of-right massing that you could build today without any zoning variance. Emboldened with the dark black outline is obviously our proposed development and that massing, and then and that would be, again, with the zone change application, would be for a R8 zone change with specific site-specific conditions and adjustments. To the far right, what you see would be a maximized R8 massing, which would be significantly higher and much less step back from the street. So we wanted to be able to show that for some context as well. Along the bottom side, what we've shown is actually the exact same progression of massing for our proposed development, but we've also shown the adjacent MU mixed-use zone along King Street and the intensification corridor. So what we wanted to communicate is that we've designed this proposed redevelopment for the existing built fabric, and that's obviously very important. But we've also felt it important to see into the future and align ourselves with the city official plan and some of the planned redevelopment that is scheduled to happen along that intensification corridor. And so what we try to get out of this image is that we are in fact both compatible with the existing built context, as well as compatible as a transitionary type of medium density between the high density that if and when it comes along King Street adjacent to the low-rise existing residential area.
You have less than 1.5 minutes to go, so you have to speed it up.
This existing slide here just shows the building facade and materials. I won't spend any time on it except to say that we did put a lot of time and thought and effort into the neighborhood architectural references and trying to be sensitive to them and speak to them, which we will be now going through approvals on in our site plan approval process. And lastly here, what we have is our building setbacks, and this is really speaking to the relationship along Walter Street. And just quickly to finish up with that thought, in the Kitchener's Urban Design Manual, they do talk about creating human-scale developments. And as you can see with the progression, again, of our 4 different types, in the top right corner you see our proposed, which is actually from a view angle at the street, very similar to what the current as-of-right zoning is, which is to say that with the step back of this massing, that we are actually creating a built form which will feel very, very similar and have the same type of human scale that the as-of-right R6 zoning would actually have. So hopefully that's communicated. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anyone might have about some of the this or any of the other graphic information that was presented.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, not a question, just I have no problem with the way the building looks. I think, Mr. Bowen, you've done an excellent job with the building. Mr. Chair, I have some questions of staff when you're ready.
Well, we still have 2 other delegations on this matter. Councillor Fernandez.
Just because I wanted to repeat the question I had asked earlier, I've seen a number of pictures here, and the one that I'm looking at, it says existing view, Walter Street, PG004. This looks, thank you, it's on the screen. It's just that this looks a little bit nicer than what I saw when I was there, and that the only reason I point that out is it an effort to make it look better?
Well, through you, Mayor Zaire, this picture, and it's interesting you bring up the comment because we actually did show a variation of this image at our meeting with the neighborhood residents. However, in that previous version, the top image you see is an existing photo, so taken with a photograph straight up. It was taken right before that meeting, so late August. The bottom photo is actually taken directly a proportional shot from our 3D massing model. So we have actually masked up all the existing surrounding context, our building, what have you, placed in trees in the locations that we show off of our surveys. So, and that was one comment that came back previously. We had sort of just stitched in our building into the photo and photoshopped it, if you will, and done it proportionally. But there was, I think, some I don't know if it was really reading and people could really buy into it, the fact that it was real. And so what we've tried to do with this, even though the 2 images don't line up exactly, the massing is accurate and the view is very, very similar. So hopefully that communicates that. And that goes for all the other images as well.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking is the massing in relation to the street, the house across the street with the white roof on the bottom picture, that's a direct representation of what they would be seeing?
Yes, in terms of the perspective view, and that's one thing. I mean, I think a comment at our last meeting was made that, you know, because the land is actually lower in the downlands area, and that the topography, the grade is actually lower, that's going to make this building feel substantially higher. When in truth, and you can see just through the way that perspective views and perspective actually works, is as you get farther away, objects obviously get smaller, and that's what we're trying to communicate here. So the house that you speak of on the bottom right with the light colored roof is actually much further in the distance, and therefore it looks significantly smaller. So that perspective is really important to understand and be able to read, and we can definitely appreciate that, you know, for people who aren't looking at these things all the time or looking at two-dimensional drawings that can be very challenging to read, things don't necessarily come across the same way. So that's what we're trying to communicate with this imagery.
Thank you for your explanation.
Okay, we have two other delegations. Thanks very much, Mr. Bullen. Alan Kosher. Welcome, Alan.
Thank you. Good evening. We live at 84 Goon Street, which backs onto Walter Street, where I understand the city's desire for intensification in the downtown core. I don't really see the need for this intensification, especially at this density, to spread into smaller established neighborhoods. Our neighborhood is 100 years old. We have a lot of single-family homes, a lot of families. Where it was referred to as a unique neighborhood, it is a unique neighborhood. We are walking distances to 2 elementary schools, walking distance to a high school, walking distance to shopping, restaurants, and the downtown core. I believe the zoning along Walter Street is for 10.5 meters or 3 stories, where this proposal is for 6 stories, which is double this height. I find that this size of the building is not in tune with the character or the feel of our neighborhood. I would be more comfortable with maintaining the 3 stories or possibly even 4 stories. I also, I guess in a sense, fear that if this proposal or this amendment is passed, what precedent will this set for all the properties along Walter Street? Like, I'm going to end up with a 6-story building behind my house, which will degrade my property value. I put a lot of time and effort, money into my home, and where the thought was that those homes that they're tearing down are disregard, my home was in disregard when I purchased it, and we put time and effort into it, and those homes could be made to look better, or some family could buy it. So that's my feeling. I feel it should not be passed.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions, but thanks for coming in. Last delegation is David Harms.
Mayor Zare, City Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak here today. When Council last discussed this on the 11th of August, there was a sort of a debate whether it was, urban sprawl versus intensification. And I just wanted to make clear that this is not so much, it's not an argument against intensification, it's an argument against this specific proposal. In many discussions, as you can imagine, we've had with our neighbors around the neighborhood, which is really the King Edward neighborhood and not the KW Hospital neighborhood as described, and many of them are here today for sure. The height keeps coming back. The height is the main issue, and so because of it being across the downfield or the park that is there that most of us use on a regular basis, the primary way that we will all experience this building will be as a 6 plus the elevator housing, so as a 7-story building that goes across. And that's more than twice the height of the next highest building on the street. And I know we've seen a lot of good imagery, and I share some of the concerns about the accuracy of them. We're in what may be the house with the white roof there on Walter Street. So 7 stories is just, it's the scale of it is just simply too large for it. One of the things that we noticed as well is in the discussions around the number of units in it, there's not many or any that seem to be family-sized unit. There's discussions about sort of 1, possibly 2 bedrooms. There are no 3-bedroom units there. And we just know that the families don't live in units that small. And so it's a concern. Of course, the parking issue has come up many times. We have many people here from the surrounding streets of Agnes and Grun. And that's it's a big concern. We're urban dwellers. We walk as many places as we can, but we still drive to do our shopping at the Central Fresh Mart that is 3 blocks away, right around the corner, as was raised. And also, driving to work. Of course, it's not the LRT isn't there yet, and it's not going to go that many places initially. So that is a concern for us. In addition, one of the things that came up is that we've now been sort of 6 months into this process with multiple public consultations, and it seems that the sum total of the changes that have happened has been the conversion of 1 parking space from a tenant space to now a visitor space, and that just, it feels to us insulting. It feels like they're negotiating in bad faith. And so I'm not sure if that's the case. I'm not sure if there's other, perhaps within the business model, it's not possible to be able to do something. But why have all these consultations if everything that we collectively as a community raise seem to be ignored? I mean, 1 change of parking spot is just, it's not enough. It's not enough for it. So the zoning that is there now on our side of the street is R5. On this side of the street is R6, moving up to, as it backs onto King Street. And so it seems to us that the current city plan, the current zoning that is there, already provides for this transition between I think it's called low-rise residential, a house that we're in, and what will presumably be larger buildings on King Street in the future. And so there already is a transition built into this. And so I think for these reasons, we're asking as a community for the council not to support this. It just seems somewhat unfair that 2 people can purchase 3 properties and trump the desires of many other people in the neighborhood. I'm sure there's more than 3 property owners sitting here tonight. And so with that, I will say thank you and of course, take any questions.
Thank you very much. There are a few questions. Councillor Yunetsky.
Yeah, thank you for coming in. Where do you live?
I live at 93 Walter Street, which is basically directly across the street from this. The west side of our property would be in line with the east side of this development.
So right beside the park?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned your properties are R5, and across the street is R6. The properties when you're facing the proposed development from your side, westward or left towards the school, there's about 5-6 properties there, roughly. Are they owned by individual people who live there, or are they rentals that are owned by somebody else?
Yeah, it's a good question. There seems to be a really high amount of renters in the area, and it's one of the problems we've seen is only the owners get informed of these meetings and are able to come and discuss. So in talking with a number of people at different events, there was a lot of people who were unaware that this whole process was going on.
So to answer to the question, then that portion that I'm talking about is not owner occupied. Then they're all rentals.
Correct.
So do you think there's a potential for those lands to get developed by?
This is everybody's assumption because it's the same part there. Say the houses might be slightly smaller than other ones in the area, and so it just seems logical that the next step in development would be the remainder of that block.
Right.
And this is why everybody's concerned with the precedent that the height of this building will set.
Okay. Did you get a copy of the staff report?
I did, yes.
Did you read it?
I received it Friday, so I have.
When I read it here, it looks like all the issues that have been identified, dwelling units, parking spaces, height, and all that stuff, seems to have been addressed according to the way this staff report is written. Do you agree with that?
I believe that there's been further discussion on it, but nothing in terms of substantive change. So I say the only thing that has changed from the last plan to this plan is the redesignation of one parking spot from tenant to visitor.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, David, for coming in and making your presentation. You sent council a sheet that I printed out, and it was in the report as well. What issues that you have spoken to in this document, which lists 6 different concerns, have actually been addressed?
I'm not sure any of them. Those are the 6 categories that council identified that they wanted more information on last time, and so we put together our remarks in the organization of those categories. I say there isn't much that has been identified. Maybe, I mean, a little bit to the parking, of course, that they talked about. The step-back design is one that's a concern because, as we say, the way the grade goes, if you're standing on the sidewalk on the east side of the property, it will be 5 stories at the street level, moving back, not the 4 stories that are described. I think one that would be there, the setback from the street, the distance between the sidewalk and the front of the building, that I believe was clarified in it, and that they're saying it's going to be the same as whatever the rest of the houses are there.
Right. I did see that as well. So if you've obviously polled the residents, and in a minute I'm going to ask for those people who are here about that issue to please raise your hands. What do you see as optimum from the group of residents that you've spoken to? What would they like to see in terms of, given the fact that there's going to be some intensification here, there's going to be a building here, what would they like to see?
In terms of addressing the parking and particularly
the building
everything
itself,
in it?
It seems that, sorry to interrupt you, but the building itself, the issue seems to be the massing of the building. The parking seems to have been resolved to some degree, but I still see that it's the massing of the building in relation to the compatibility of the street with the rest of the housing on that street.
I think people would be pleased if it was reduced by a floor or a level in that, and sort of brought down to 5 stories instead of 6.
Okay, and how many people are here for this issue? Can you just raise your hands for me? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, there are no more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I will now go to Councillor Etherington for questions of staff, and then we'll go to the chair of the committee to bring forward the recommendation.
A couple of questions for Garrett. Garrett, have planners done, and I've raised this before, have planners done the proposed station area plan for this particular neighborhood, the planning around rapid transit station plans? Has it been done for this area?
Sorry, Mr. Gerritsen.
Through the chair, no. As you may recall, the planning around rapid transit station area work program had identified 5 station study areas, some of them being surrounded only one station stop, some have more than one LRT station stop within them. Of those 5 geographic areas, a priority was assigned to each one. The Midtown Station Study Area, which this property is within, was identified as the second highest priority, only to the Central Stations area, which encompasses our downtown and components of the central neighborhood immediately surrounding the downtown. That plan is initiated and is going to be ramping up in the very near future, and the Midtown Station Study Area plan will follow that in a year or so from now. You may recall that I was sitting in this very position when I brought forward an interim direction policies as an official plan amendment to our current official plan to implement some policies from our new official plan, which were also approved, which give direction for dealing with redevelopment intensifications within station area plans or within station areas until such time as the full plan is completed. Those interim direction policies were evaluated in consideration for this proposal, and it's my opinion that those policies, the intent of that, have been met. The test of the appropriateness of a land use change before that Midtown Station study area is those interim direction policies, and I believe that this application meets and exceeds those requirements.
So I'm sorry, just to repeat that, when will the parts plan be done for this area, which is in my ward? You've done one at around the Gawk Charles Station, correct?
Through the chair, as part of the LRT project as a whole, there was some work done by the region and a consultant that did some planning work in that area. The city initiated station area plans, which is the process that was outlined in parts. Only the central plan has been initiated, and this one will start in a year or so. When I say this one, I mean Midtown Station study area.
Sorry, is that 1 year, 2 years?
Okay. Through the chair, I'm reminded it's to start sometime in 2015 and to be concluded in sometime 2016.
And a much larger question, considering the fact that I've always considered planning to be to govern future development, isn't this kind of like putting the cart before the planning horse if you haven't done the plan for this area?
Through the chair, in this case, I feel that the cart is the interim direction policies that were done. That work and that level of understanding was done as part of the Phase 2 to the Parts work program. That followed some initial work and assessment that was done as Phase 1. So although the Midtown Station Study Area Plan is not yet completed, we have a very good understanding of that work program and some of the unique characteristics of the station area planning, because there has been over a year of work done on the parts planning project. So the interim direction policies were a result of that work, and they are the test of appropriateness until such time as that plan is completed.
Thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis, question of staff?
Yes. Through you, Mayor Zaire. Mr. Stevenson, my question relates to what typically outside of this development, have we had any other similar developments within the transit corridor?
Through the chair, we've been fortunate to have a variety of development across the city. We do an annual growth monitoring report that's reported annually. We have positive growth numbers in terms of expectations, and we exceed the expectation that the province puts forth with respect to intensification. So we do have development in largely across all areas of the city, including infill, intensification, and greenfield.
Okay, my other question is, during the discussion of LRT, was it not known to residents that these areas will be in transition?
Through the chair, part of the regional community building strategy, as well as the work that we did as part of our parts program, was to identify some stable residential neighborhoods and to identify and to try to communicate that although proximity to LRT is important for redevelopment consideration, it doesn't necessarily green light any property for redevelopment. So we do anticipate that there'll be intensification and redevelopment within these corridors, but we will not be supportive of just allowing redevelopment everywhere for the sake of intensification. And that's what the interim direction policies control now, and what the parts station area plans will do in future.
Okay, thank you for that. My last question is, when it's relating, because we're hearing a lot about parts, but the parts plan and all that. But what typically happens transition between plans? It's a plan that was formerly approved to a new plan. What regulations do we typically follow?
Through the chair, the current official plan would be the guiding document. This particular property is within the KW Hospital secondary plan, which was not amended as part of the new official plan that was approved. We do have the added bonus of the interim direction policies, which apply to this geography. But from a legal perspective, the new official plan is not in full force and effect. So we rely on the policies of our current official plan.
So our current official plan is supportive of this development?
Through the chair, it is my opinion that it is. Residential intensification and a variety of housing types are encouraged throughout the city. There are urban design policies in Section 6 of the plan that give guidance to our urban design manual that we use through the site planning process to determine the appropriateness of that development.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there are no further questions, and there is a revised recommendation on 8B1, page 8B1 of our agenda. Councillor Urbanovic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Okay. And this is the revision to the original recommendation that was before us in August. Speaking to that recommendation, Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say that I've always felt this is a well-designed project in my ward, where the developer, I think, has tried somewhat to satisfy the community objections. But despite those positives, I'm convinced this building is totally out of scale and character with the surrounding Cherry Park neighborhood. And that's one of several communities in my ward that planners are pledging. I've read constant references to a pledge to protect the neighborhoods as intensification takes place along the LRT route. And I'm very concerned about the negative impact such development is, in my opinion, already having on mature neighborhoods. I see no indication this protection is taking place. Instead, I see in this case a development that will act as a questionable template for future projects in that corridor, in the LRT corridor. And I wanted to really stress that I'm not against intensification, but it has to dovetail and be compatible with our existing older communities. And my number one priority has always been to protect those communities. Unless the height of this development is reduced, I'll reluctantly be voting against this project.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. I'm not against development of this kind. I think that there is a place for it. And I think that with the coming of light rail transit, the ION, we'll see more and more of these kind of applications coming forward. But when I drive through Walter Street in that neighborhood, whether they're rental properties or they're owned, there's a character in that neighborhood. And this building is not compatible with that. I think there are, yes, you may be able to architecturally design it with stone and with glass and with features, as you've indicated in your document here, that will make it look something like some of the buildings. But this is just one of many, 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 I believe, applications that will be coming to us, where we'll see a couple of houses that have started to fall into disrepair. And it just changes the fabric of the neighborhood. I want to challenge the architect and the clients. I believe that you can do something that maybe is a little bit smaller in scale, and maybe you're not going to get your yield, which in the end means dollars and cents because you've invested, and I understand you've invested, just like the residents on that street have invested in their properties. They care about their neighborhood, they care about their houses, they care about their street. And I think you do too. So I want to challenge you to just take a look at what is there and see if you can reduce your mass, still get some kind of a yield, and create something that's compatible in that neighborhood. And I think you can do it, and you can do it across the city. I'm sure we'll see you here again in the future. And I look forward to this kind of quality building, but you have to look at how we can protect our neighborhoods. So I'm going to have to vote against it. I think that Mr. Stevens has said it actually correctly when he said we're not going to allow, and correct me if I'm not quoting you right, Mr. Stevenson, we're not going to allow infill development for the sake of development, just because it happens to be in close proximity to our rapid transit.
Councillor Yunetsky.
This development does have merit in terms of fitting in with the intensification, which I do support, but to a certain degree. The LRT corridor along King Street is very important, and I can see it develop to a higher intensity, as was pointed out by the architect, in terms of the potential buildings fronting on King and backing onto this particular development. And that's good. This sort of is a transition to a degree, and it's supportable. However, in my opinion, it's not quite supportable 100%. What we're looking at here is on the south side of Walter Street, and that some of the residents who live on Groon, is an established neighborhood of much older homes, but it's established. And those people have their biggest investment of their lives in those homes, and it's going to be influenced by development that's just across the street. The staff, in terms of looking at this as a application complying with the official plan, long-range plans, places to grow, intensification, and all those other policies are correct. They're just doing their job and they're fine. However, the balance of that's proposed by the developer and how staff see it is not balanced enough with what the residents are and how they are going to be affected. I think what we're trying to do here is trying to put in this particular development by the developer with no changes 10 pounds of sugar into a 5-pound bag. It just doesn't fit. And so I like to see this development still proceed further, but with a reduction of at least 1 floor, maybe 2, as requested by the residents. And instead of maybe voting against it, maybe we should be looking at a deferral so this can go back to the table and try to work things out again. If not, then I have to vote against it.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thanks very much. And, I am very much in favor of sensitive intensification, especially along major transit nodes. In this case, I don't believe that this is as sensitive as it needs to be. I think that I'm impressed by the delegation's willingness to recognize intensification is coming to this area, but really King Street is the right spot for major intensification. When you're looking at the intensification in an existing neighborhood, you do have to take extra pains to be careful and more sensitive to the neighbors who really want to be champions of a project like this that has a lot of merit. And I do think it has a lot of good qualities to it. I'm impressed by the good faith of all the parties coming together and trying to work this out. I think they need to go further. I agree with Councillor Yunetsky. I would support a deferral to allow that to happen. I cannot support the current motion before us. I believe there is a solution here, and it's probably not that far off. However, I think what we really need to do is to recognize that this is not quite there, and this, to be a sustainable solution, needs to be right. This is setting a precedent for a lot of the intensification that's coming into our infill neighborhoods. And I think that we really need to recognize that there's a scale that we need to respect. I appreciate, again, staff's recommendation here. I know that they're certainly looking at the policies. I think we need to look at the context. And again, this is all about sensitivity to the existing neighborhood.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. I think the number of councillors before me have put it very well. I think there's no question that intensification is a reality that we have to face coming down the road, whether we like it or not. And I can support intensification. It's something that we have to deal with. What concerns me, and the other thing is that this is a very nice-looking structure. I'm quite impressed by what we see. The problem here is, and I go back to our meetings we had last week, lengthy meetings dealing with this parts, which we're just starting to work on now. This is the start of it. And so when we started off, I think we've got to try to do it right from the beginning. But one of the things in our discussions last week that I underlined doubly was and it was repeated time and again by staff and I think other members of council, and that statement was conservation of stable neighborhoods is critical. I look at this neighborhood now and I see it in the way I view it. I'm not a planner, but to me it looks like a stable neighborhood. So what do we need to do here? I think the neighborhood is being quite understanding, and I think like the last delegate from the neighborhood asked that we at least move the height down 1 story. To me, I think that would go a long way. I think that's one of the things that seems to have more impact on a stable neighborhood than anything else. So that is something again that needs to be looked at. And if deferring this, I think is worth it, because again, this is the start. This is the start of a lot of intensification across this city. We jump in something like this too quickly, it will crop its head up again in other areas in our city. On this occasion, it's in Ward 9. Shortly, it'll be in many other areas of the city. So I think a deferral is well worth it, because I think the developers are interested in our community, and I think the neighborhood are also want to cooperate. And people are going to have to live in that neighborhood, so they really need to talk, and now's the time. So I won't be supporting the proposal as it is here tonight.
Councillor Banovich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I think a lot of good comments have been made this evening. I think what this speaks to is something I know that I've been harping about around this council horseshoe, and this is the need for some comprehensive info guidelines that are going to provide direction early on in the process in terms of what's acceptable in certain neighborhoods, particularly established neighborhoods, and what's not. And in that way, developers will be able to go forward and bring plans forward that are going to meet the needs of community, and neighborhoods are going to have the assurances that they need in order to know well ahead of time, before any application is being brought forward, of the kinds of things that may be considered. And by having those policies in place, we would be in a situation where you don't get to sort of the tense moment of a particular application being dealt with. I do too acknowledge that a lot of good work has been done here, but I think it's clear that where the developer is at and where the neighborhood are at two very different points. I think it would be disappointing to vote down the proposal in its entirety, and as such, I too am supportive of the notion of a deferral to see some additional dialogue taking place. As nobody's moved that yet, I would actually like to move deferral so that the parties can have a further dialogue, that additional work can be done, and that it come back to the final council meeting of this term in November.
Okay, hold on to the deferral. I've got 2 more speakers.
Okay, I will do that.
And then we'll take the deferral. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Zaire. I'll be glad to second that deferral. But I just think the question here is, we've heard our property values will go down. Well, I think it's been proven that the LRT increases property values. I know this is not what you want to hear, but the policies that the city has approved and has been approved by every member of this council. And to hear say, well, this is not compatible, this is not, that's back talk. Either you believe in intensification and you believe in a good model of intensification that is compatible, which I think this is, because the reality is 50 feet away, you could have a 16-story building. And what you're going to have is you're going to have a single house that's there right now. That transition is going to be worse for your neighborhood. This is a better transition. You may not believe that today, but it is. But I'll definitely be supporting that, the deferral, because I think somewhere I think that there can be a compromise.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think this is an attractive development, something that we have been hoping for and encouraging in various spots of areas that we would like to see more intensification to happen, and especially closer to the vicinity of the LRT route. Significant investments are going to be made on the backs of our taxpayers with the LRT, and we'd like to be able to leverage on that and to see development like this happen to soften some of those impacts. But at the same time, we can't rush towards that either. We need to ensure that the changes that are happening in our existing neighborhoods do fit and do certain efforts are made to conform, and it's a cooperative dialogue forward rather than being just single-handed on one side perspective. So I support the direction of the deferral, and hopefully this would allow the opportunity for the developer and the community to engage in a more wholesome conversation to figure out the right fit and something similar to what the development is, but something that's more conforming to what the neighborhoods would want at the same time. So I would support the deferral.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you. And I wasn't going to speak, but I have a bit of a concern with this. I'm going to support the deferral as it is, but I'm worried about we're talking about precedents. I'm worried about going forward how we're going to approach these sorts of developments responsibly, because people looking to develop properties need clear rules from the city on what's appropriate. And effectively, staff's provided what they think is fair, and the residents clearly think that it doesn't fit in with the community, and now council, who are not, frankly, with the exception of Councillor Yaneski, are not planners, have never been planners. So there's no level of objectivity for developers to say, here are the rules, here are the goalposts, and then when it comes to council at this point, we're moving the goalposts. Now, my problem with this is it's going to lead in the future to all sorts of games. What's going to happen next time, what I'd be suggesting to a developer is, how many stories do you want your building to be? And the developer will say, well, to make the numbers work, I need it to be 6 stories. And what am I going to say if I'm an advisor? Perfect. Come to council with 8 stories, because we're going to come up somewhere in the middle. You're going to think you won, and the residents are going to think you won, and it's just wasting everyone's time. There's drawings done up that end up being useless in the first place. We need to have the discussions we're having now with the community much, much earlier, so it doesn't come to this point where, frankly, everyone's time and money are getting wasted.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, everybody else spoke, so I guess I probably should give my 2 cents. I'm frustrated with where this is, because this is a very positive development, and we've seen many like it in our community already. I think this one comes down to a matter of timing, and I appreciate where the neighbors are coming from, but I think back to when I used to represent a larger area, a larger ward, and to a project that is on Rittenhouse, right across from Lions Arena. And if you wanted to look at one that is not compatible with the community, that's a 9-story building that is above grade to the townhomes behind it. And there's examples of this throughout the whole community. And I think if we're going to look at intensification from this perspective and for the ION, these are the types of developments that we need moving forward. I understand the neighbors' concerns, but I think staff have outlined a number of rationale why this isn't precedent setting. And I think we have to go back to this. Again, it comes back to a matter of timing for me. I think, unfortunately, this development's coming forward. I'll call a spade at an election time, and so nobody wants to alienate the residents. I think that the work has been done. The work has happened through staff, through the developers, and through the neighborhood. And I'm not sure what giving more time is going to result in, because we gave that time. We gave that a month, and we're still at the same point. So we're not planners around this table, as pointed out, except for Councillor Yunetsky. And I think we hire our staff to make those to make those decisions. To put forward their best recommendations, and then we make the decisions. So I'm concerned as to where this is going. I'm concerned as to the message that we're sending out to the community, and I'm concerned that investors in our community are going to struggle. We talk a lot about economic development, and this is one way we can help to boost our city. As everyone else, I guess the deferral is gonna pass, so I'll support the deferral in the hopes that maybe there'll be some change. But I think we're going to be here in November, and we're going to be making the exact same decision as, or looking at the exact same decision as we have before us tonight.
Well, since everyone else has commented, I will too, and I concur with the comments that have been made by Councillor Davey and Councillor Galloway-Seelock in terms of this process. Intensification is happening, and yes, there needs to be sensitivity to it. But part of intensification is making a rational transition amongst a variety of other zonings. Now, some are saying that they like the project, they're in favor of intensification, but still not going to support this particular one. And that, of course, is their privilege. What I'm seeing, though, is a pattern developing that every intensification project that comes forward, lip service is given to intensification, but I'm not going to support this particular one. So I totally concur with the last couple of comments here that this is, we're headed for a significant problem. We, the city. Not me, because I'm not going to be sitting around this horseshoe. But it is going to be a problem. There's always this fight between the neighborhood and taking their opinions into consideration as we work through this intensification. We are not rushing this. We haven't rushed this. And I came here this evening intending to support the recommendation because I believe it is a transition. When you take a look at what is there, you have a school on the one side of it. It is in the same block as the school. You have, as we know, the other commercial on King Street. There is a triplex beside it, or very close to it there, yes, and duplexes across the way, an open field across from it. I think that this was actually a very good proposal for that location. It's not to the liking of the residents. I get that. And Councillor Yunetsky, we're not going to go around a second time. It's already been moved. The deferral's already been moved and seconded. Can you just wait for a second? I will not be supporting the deferral on a point of principle. And the principle is that we should be dealing with those that are rational and reasonable proposals. And I think Councillor Galloway-Seelock is correct. The timing is the issue here. And I really regret that. So, I really don't care who moves it, but I had heard Councillor Yunetsky say that he thinks a deferral would be okay. I then heard Councillor Verbanovich say he's prepared to move the motion, and Councillor Ioannidis say he was prepared to second it. So, who wants to move it? I'd like to record a vote. You can certainly have a recorded vote, but I have to have the formal mover and second. Okay. This is the deferral to November 17. those in favor, you can now vote. Those in favor, please stand. Those opposed, the motion for deferral to November 17th carries. Thank you for being here, all of you. We'll move on to the next delegation. I do notice there are some people in the audience that may be here for the Out of the Cold report. There is, tonight, we're not nearly at that point in the agenda yet. It's going to be a long time before we get there. The recommendation that is coming forward on the Out of the Cold is simply a recommendation to continue the cooperation and support with the region. There's no other direction, I understand, will be given here tonight. So you can... I've got several other things that are very individual things, and but so I was giving that one as an indication, and I start putting into a whole bunch, and then it delays everything else as well. Okay, we're now dealing with 100 Victoria Street North, and Alain Pinard has, there you are, is prepared to make a presentation on this.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Zaire, members of council, and as requested, I'll make every attempt to make this succinct. This report is an addendum report to report CSD 14-091 regarding development applications by Momentum that was presented at the last Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee and referred to this meeting pending more information. And as directed, this report does provide more information. Information on best practices for high-rise towers, information on the consultation that has taken place during the past week, which includes an explanation and a review of revisions to the applications made by the applicant, and information on the redevelopment potential of the Arthur Street properties. The report concludes that the revised design is even better than the original design and improves the interface with the Arthur Street properties. Staff is recommending approval of the revised applications. More specifically, the applications are to amend the official plan, the new official plan, and the zoning bylaw. The amending documents are appended to the report, as are all the supporting documents. On the issue of high-rise tower separation, and that was one that was raised at the previous meeting, staff agree that this is a good planning principle, and we do intend on developing comprehensive guidelines, and we'll report back with an interim policy later this year or early 2015, and the more comprehensive guidelines will follow. What we have found so far is that many municipalities do not have guidelines. Of those that do, the practices vary a lot, with distance separations ranging from 12 to 30 meters, depending on the context. An important finding is that where no high-rise buildings currently exist, the most common practice is to split the difference between the two properties. So in the case of a 12-meter separation, each property is set back from the property line 6 meters. The minimum separation distance used by the City of Victoria in a similar context to what we have here is 12 meters. And staff is of the opinion that this would be a reasonable starting point, a reasonable approach to take on an interim basis until something a little more comprehensive is developed. At the present time, we've conducted a preliminary review. Those results are summarized in a table that is appended to the report. But we do need to make and do some more research in order to develop something that is more comprehensive. Staff is also supportive of guidelines that require towers on adjacent properties to be staggered, so that you don't end up with side-by-side buildings at a street frontage where you have with towers. The City of Ottawa, for example, allows a maximum overlap of 25%, so that one of the tower buildings is set back from the street and not immediately adjacent to the next tower building. And just to clarify, Appendix F is the attachment where our findings are summarized. On the issue of consultation, it was a very busy week. Information was exchanged and discussions took place throughout the week leading up to a meeting of the parties this past Thursday. That meeting was attended by city staff, the Momentum team, the Allertons, and their consultant joined in via telephone conference. At the meeting, Momentum did present a draft of the redesign, and in the new design, the closest tower would be set back between 6 and 7.6 meters from the Arthur Street properties. So this is an increase in step back of the tower of more than 3 meters from what was originally proposed. This modification resulted in other changes that are outlined in the report. The major ones being a decrease in the amount of retail and office space, an increase in the number of residential units from 276 to 306, and increases in the heights of the towers. One tower increasing by 1 story and the other tower increasing by 2 stories, and that would be the rear tower. The Momentum team will be presenting some very detailed visuals and other information on this, so I won't go into a lot of details here and keep the meeting moving. But I will say that at the meeting, after a very good discussion, the Allertons and their consultants commented that the revised setback is insufficient, and they maintained the position that it should be 25 meters. At that meeting, staff also indicated that it is supportive of the new design, subject to the review of the details. On Thursday, we saw the draft. In the days that followed, we actually had to review all of the supporting details and pull together the amending documents, which you have before you. But in conclusion, at that meeting, I would say that although there was a good, respectful dialogue, in the end, the parties agreed to disagree. The final piece of information is a review of the redevelopment potential afforded to the Arthur Street properties. Thank you, Colin. On this point, although it is necessary to make a number of assumptions, staff are confident that a broad range of redevelopment options are possible, especially if the properties are assembled. It is even possible to have a tower. And staff have developed a simple model in plan view to illustrate this. And you can find this very simple model in Appendix E attached to the report, and I also have it up on the screen. What the model shows is the new location of the Momentum towers, and they are outlined, they are on the left side, my left, the left side of the illustration as well, outlined in a dark, bold black lines. And you also have a location of a potential tower on the Arthur Street lands, and it is outlined in a dotted line. What you see there is a tower that is possible, but is set back from the property line 6 meters, which is the same setback that we are now recommending and which is proposed for the Momentum developments. Also important to note is that the development potential is not just that tower. It also includes a podium or low-rise buildings on much of the property, very much the same way that there's a podium on the vast majority of the Momentum property. So the tower would be in addition to very good coverage of the property with redevelopment of buildings. A final note on this is that if a greater distance separation is required, and we follow the principle that that distance has to be split between the properties, that would actually impact the development potential of both properties. In order to accommodate that greater separation distance, the towers would actually have to be smaller, and depending on how great of a separation distance, they could be small to the point where it's no longer feasible to construct a tower element. So this model here does show that a tower is possible with the setbacks that are being recommended for Momentum. In conclusion, this report provides more information as directed and recommends approval of the revised applications by Momentum Developments. That's my report, Mayor Zaire.
Thank you very much. We have 6 delegations on this matter, 5 delegations rather. First one is Chris Pidgeon.
Thank you, Mayor Zaire, members of the council. Chris Pidgeon from GSP Group. Also here with me is Mike Maxwell from Momentum Developments and Matt Boland from ABA Architects. If there are questions of council that I can't answer, certainly be happy to call upon them. Excuse me. A brief presentation for you. So we heard direction from committee for 2 issues to be explored. One is the increase in tower separation, and the second is to ensure that we don't preclude development on Arthur Place. And it has been a very busy week. I can attest to the fact that we have worked exhaustively over the last week to revise the design, to work with city staff, and city staff I know have put in an inordinate amount of time on this, including working both Saturday and Sunday, to try and get you an informed package for tonight's council meeting. So we have responded to the increased tower separation by increasing the setback to plus 6 meters, where 3 meters was previously indicated. And I know that it may appear to council and certainly people in the audience that this looks like a very simple exercise of picking up the tower and shoving it back 6 meters. And I can assure you that it was a complete reprogramming of the space. So we have responded as well to the redevelopment potential of Arthur Place. I'm going to go into a very brief detail on the implications for Momentum. But this illustrates on the left in plan view the potential redevelopment, perhaps a little more elaborate than what Mr. Pinard has presented to you, but it shows on the left in plan view and on the right the possibility of a podium and a tower located on the Arthur Place lands with a 6 meter setback as a minimum. We have other images as well. Our report was due to council by noon on Friday. We've augmented it if you want to see some additional illustrations. Briefly, let me talk about the implications. So first of all, complete redesign of the podium floor plates. We indicated to you there would be structural changes if we had to shove the tower back 6 meters. So these are the numbers. There was a loss of 5 parking spaces in the original podium, a loss of 70,000 square meters of retail commercial space, a loss of 1,200 square meters of commercial office space from the original, and a redesign of the podium from the floor to floor to provide more parking, because of course we've displaced that, and we've increased the parking to 292 parking spaces, where previously we had 253 spaces. So Mr. Pinard is quite right. Floor 1, or Tower 1 is increased by 1 floor, so 10 units, and Tower 2 is increased by 2 floors, a total of 20 units. So if you look at this graphic, it simply illustrates the difference in height. That's the purpose of this graphic, is to illustrate the before and the after, with the increase in 1 story in the front tower and the increase in height to the back tower by 2 stories. We have shadow images if you want to see that, but the shadows, quite frankly, extend to the railway over the vacant lands, and there's no additional impact. So the question is this reasonable? Well, in our opinion, it is reasonable. We found a creative redesign to the podium and to the towers. There has been a variety of development options that have been developed for Arthur Place. We presented those to committee last week. We've got another presentation. You now have seen staff who've indicated and confirmed that Arthur Place could be redeveloped in the future. We have a 6-meter setback where the opposition requires 12.5. We think this development fulfills the planned function and the vision of the City of Kitchener and Council, and the investment that you have made to downtown Kitchener. It's private investment of tens of millions of dollars, and we respectfully request that Council support this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is one question. Councillor Yanetsky.
Yeah, thank you for coming in your presentation. When you were making your comments and what was on the slide, you sort of threw me how much loss of commercial space would be. You said 7,000 square meters, although it was 70. Which one's correct?
Yeah, Your Worship, 70 square meters of retail space, so on the ground floor, but then there's 1,200 square meters of office space that was lost.
So 1,200 square meters of office space would be lost too?
As well, yes. So 1,200
yeah,
plus 70,
1,270
square meters. So,
Okay.
so about 13,000 square feet.
Okay.
Of
Is
space loss.
there anybody else from your team making a presentation?
Only if you have questions for them, they'll answer.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Don't see any. All right. Councillor Gazzola.
Can you go back to the where you showed a proposal for the Arthur? Yeah, the building there that how much is the setback for the Arthur Place? Looking at that picture there, it's double the setback of your front building.
From the side lot line,
No, I'm from the sideways.
yeah, it's 12. It shows as 12 meters.
The proposal that you would be looking at Arthur Place.
For the Arthur Place building, it's 12 meters.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. And the other two delegations for the proponent was Mr. Maxwell and Mr. Boland. But, anything else?
Any other
No?
comments? Open for questions about the design.
Okay. All right, we'll hold on to that then. The next delegation then is Owen Allerton. Yes, that's Mr. Pennycock. Pennycook, sorry. Rick Pennycook.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of Council. Rick Pennycook from the Lakeshore Group, planning consultant on behalf of the Allerton family. Because we were here last week, I think everybody remembers what the issue is, at least from the Allerton perspective. I provided additional information to staff last week in advance of the meeting that was held. All of it supporting the best practices of a 25-meter setback between tall buildings, which would equate to a 12.5-meter separation from the property lines. I continue to hold that view, but admittedly, there are some examples of municipalities that have urban design policies that have a minimum tower separation of 10 meters. Victoria is one of them. One of the things, however, that the staff report neglects to say is that the Victoria urban design guidelines limit the tower floor plate size to 650 square meters. Momentum is proposing an 800 square meter floor plate. So a smaller tower floor plate would also increase the minimum or the minimum separation distance, and I hold that that's something that could still be done. Similarly, Mississauga, their urban design guidelines limit tower floor plate size to 750 square meters. Momentum, as I said, is at 800 square meters, give or take. So, in my opinion, while the building has shifted, a tower setback from the property line of 6 to 7 meters as presently proposed by Momentum is simply not supportable. I believe that there is time to get this right without jeopardizing the redevelopment of those lands, of Momentum's lands. And I would ask for a further deferral to get that done. You can see that a week's deferral moved the building another 3 meters, and I think with a few more weeks we can do even better than that. And I think we can get to the goal line on this matter with support from all sides. The staff report puts forward a conceptual development proposal for the Arthur Place lands, and that's fine and reasonable to do. What I would like is the opportunity to put forward a reasonable development proposal scheme for the Momentum lands to show how they can both work together. And that can be done in a matter of weeks in my office. I find it interesting to note that staff agree that tower separation is a very important issue to be addressed. And it certainly needs to be addressed given the policy of intensification in the area. Why this isn't being addressed now is surprising to me, and why it's being punted down the road. I would submit that the issue of tower separation needs to be dealt with right now. I believe it should have been dealt with at the time that the intensification policies came up with, or were developed. But here we are. You have an application, and a significant one, and I think that that issue needs to be dealt with. During the meeting last week with staff, I was very shocked to learn that, I'll wrap up very quickly, that there were pre-solds in the development, pre-sold units. How that can be done with no municipal approvals is quite frankly baffling to me. And I would suggest that approving the development based on pre-solds is something that will not be defensible at an OMB hearing should one be required. And I hope that one isn't necessary for this. So in conclusion, I feel that there's still opportunity to get this done right, get the appropriate setback in place, and let Momentum get on with their development and intensifying the lands. And I think that a deferral of a few more weeks can achieve that. Those are my submissions, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
And there are some. So, Councillor Rubanovich.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming in this evening. Just one quick question. Are you only representing the Allerton family, or are you representing the other property owners as well?
I'm only officially representing the Allerton family, but as a planner, I'm looking beyond those simple properties because it's an issue that you have to look at on a broader geographic basis.
Right. I would tend to agree. Well, actually, I'll just leave it at that.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Zaire. Mr. Pennycook, are you the only delegation for the Allertons today?
Mr. Allerton, I believe, is registered.
That's the only one I have registered. The
only one you have registered? Okay. Yes. I just wanted to be clear. Okay.
Yes.
I want to make sure I'm comparing apples to apples. You referred to a 10-meter setback with limited floor plate.
Yeah, so...
Now, my only clarifying question is that 10 meters now per property? Because our planner had indicated that there's supposed to be 10 meters for each property. So are we talking 20 meters or 10 meters?
My position is that there should be a minimum of 10 meters from the tower portion of the development to the property line. So when you combine the two, if there's development on both sides, you would have under that scenario, you would have a 20-meter setback between the towers.
Between the two towers, okay. Question, is it your opinion that, supposing this development fell through in its entirety, that versus the development going through without any setbacks, do you think that the development will decrease your client's property values?
Well, it certainly will decrease the development potential on them, and that tends to have a decrease in property values.
So you think your opinion then would be that if the tower was not built at all, the property values would be higher?
No, not at all. Okay. Intensification in this area, as I've said at my last appearance here, I'm fully supportive of it. I think it's the right thing to do. Right now, we're speaking about some very specific design components that are going to be needed to be addressed because this whole area is planned to be intensified.
Okay. And the Allertons own how many properties in this parcel?
I think it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
They own 5 properties. And are you aware of how many properties they would need to consolidate to build the tower?
I don't know offhand. Give me a second. I've got a map. Actually, it doesn't show the parcel fabric, but it looks like it would be another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6.
Okay. And lastly, your clients haven't indicated that they intend to become developers, so they're simply protecting the future value of the property. That's my understanding?
I have no information that they intend to become developers at any time soon, but they've been forced into dealing with their real estate because of what's before them right now.
Okay, thank you kindly.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Yes, through you, Mayor Zaire. Mr. Pennycook, one of the questions that I have is, and maybe your client can ask that, were they aware of when the city had passed their official plan? Like it's in approval? Was your client aware of when the city passed its official plan in approval?
I don't know. I was retained about 3.5 weeks ago, and it was the first time I'd met Mr. Allerton. I think you'd have to ask him that.
Okay, I'll wait till if he does come down. My other question is relating to your experience, and you had mentioned about you thought it was kind of strange that that Momentum would have pre-sold some of these. In your experience with clients, you've never had that experience?
Not before a zoning approval.
Okay. How familiar are you with the local area?
Quite. Went to University of Waterloo. I do work out here from time to time.
So you're familiar with what's happening in Waterloo?
Not everything in the city, but I do work out here for different clients from time to time, yeah.
So are you familiar with the 144 Park Street development that has two towers?
Do you know the developer's name? I don't know it by the address.
I don't know the exact developer's name. Are you familiar with the Barrel Yards project that has twin towers?
Yes.
What are those setbacks?
I don't know. I haven't looked at them.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Yunetsky.
Thank you for coming in and offering your comments. You're asking for a deferral. Our next council meeting will be middle of November. Would that be adequate time for you?
It would.
So you have another 8 weeks, 9 weeks?
Absolutely sufficient for me.
Okay, because last week when we were here, you asked I guess I really asked for the deferral for November, and the council basically wanted to bring it here tonight, and I got shot down 10-1. Yeah. I still don't think that in 1 week you can do good planning, especially if you spend weeks and weeks and weeks trying to do it. I think another few more weeks would be more appropriate. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm prepared to move a deferral at the appropriate time this time. And I think it would be appropriate that now that I've heard Mr. Pennycook's comments. I've heard the delegation's comments as well, the other delegation, that it would be appropriate to really sit down and still hammer this out, because I don't think the solution that we have is appropriate. It will affect the whole area. We had the last delegation where we dealt with Water Street, the development. It's going to be on one street, and it's affecting the neighborhood. And you can't look at development in isolation for one piece of property. You got to look what its impact's going to be on the abutting properties and across the street, etc. So this is a similar situation. I think we've got to defer it.
Do you have a question? No. Okay, there are no other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Owen Allerton. Councillor Etherington, your name came up. Was this for next? That's fine. We'll hold on to that.
Thank you. My wife, Nikki, will stand with me if you don't mind. Ladies and gentlemen, supporters, councillors, Honourable Mayor Zaire. After last Monday's meeting, I believe we all expected negotiations. I immediately reached out to Momentum and asked when they would like to meet. I even had my consultant do additional best practices research and share with city planning staff. To this, I was met with a request for a meeting late Thursday or Friday. In that meeting, the position of Momentum and GSP and the city planning staff was clear. They were only willing to move the tower 3 meters. This was their only and final offer. To be clear, there were no negotiations that actually happened. While staff have acknowledged that appropriate tower separation is a valid issue, they are attempting to say there is uncertainty about best practices for appropriate tower separation. There is not. As you have heard from my planning expert, best practices dictate that when it comes to tower separation, 25 meters or 12.5 meters on either side of the property line is to be implemented. In fact, Momentum's own proposal utilizes this very same 25 meters distance between their two towers. In addition, both GSP and planning staff suggested that this 12.5 meter tower setback from the property line would make intensification and redevelopment of the entire area impossible. This is nothing but deceit. No one is suggesting that every tower must be 12.5 meters from every property line. The issue at hand is following this well-established best practice in situations where planning policy is in place which allows for or supports a tower on the other side of that property line, as is the case with Arthur Place. Finally, staff spent all their time and effort illustrating alternative locations and designs for a tower on Arthur Place properties, but no alternate designs for Momentum lands were put forward to address our concerns except the 3-meter movement. Now, some very concerning new information also came out in Thursday's meeting. First, Momentum and GSP have been considering different design options for almost 2 years. Why was I and other Arthur Place owners not consulted much earlier in the process? Second, when my planning consultant suggested that instead of just moving the tower, Momentum could change the size and shape, not the height, the truth slipped out. Someone mentioned pre-sales. The only reason they do not want to follow best practices that they themselves have implemented between their two towers is because they have been recklessly charging ahead and pre-selling condominiums to customers, the layout and dimensions of which only fit within the shape of their current unapproved tower. Council surely cannot be complicit in being forced to approve development because Momentum took it upon themselves to start selling units in an unapproved development that is not planning and that is not in the best interest of Kitchener citizens. Finally, through all of this, everyone has simply dismissed Arthur Place and its residents. It is clear that at some point someone said, "Don't worry about Arthur Place. There's no one there that matters. This won't be an issue." To whoever that was, I say clearly to you now, you are wrong. And you have always been wrong for thinking about the citizens who live on streets like Arthur Place in this way. This is one of the most upsetting aspects of this entire ordeal. And I promise all of you today that for this reason alone, I am committing whatever resources necessary to pursue this issue as far as I can. It is clear I have strong, legitimate planning concerns about this proposal and how it has been handled. However, I will emphasize I would prefer to continue to work with staff and Momentum at this stage to get to the right design and bylaw. Now, I do acknowledge and applaud the hard work that ABA architects have done in the last week to move the tower 3 meters. I understand there were late nights involved. However, if they can move the tower 3 meters in a week, imagine what they can do in a few more weeks. I have full confidence that, liberated from the constraint of pre-sales, ABA could easily come up with a design that truly follows the very clear best practices that have been brought forward. I'm sure they have an obvious bias. They'll say they can't afford a delay. They'll say it puts the project at risk. But in the scope of this project, the coming years it will take to build and the 100+ years it will stand in our community, taking a few extra weeks to get it right is the prudent and responsible thing to do at this early stage of the process. Thus, Council, I ask you move to defer the issue to November meeting and ask the developer and staff engage in real negotiations with me to seek a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. There may be some questions. Yes, Councillor Yanetsky.
Thank you once again. Excellent speech. You indicated you have supporters here in the audience. If they could put up their hand to give us an idea. Okay, thank you very much. And you're agreeable to the November deferral as you indicated.
Absolutely.
And I really don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in and your passionate speech. Last week you indicated that you felt that this development was forcing your hand as a developer. Just want to play out a small scenario, is with the understanding now that you don't own all of the property on Arthur Place, and you may not be able to amalgamate all of them to go further with any development. Is your concern about the tower for the existing residents and the existing houses that you have there as important as any future possible development that you may pursue?
So I'll clarify just a little bit. When I made this statement last week, it was almost a little bit tongue-in-cheek. What I meant is I'm being forced to consider this development from the perspective of putting on, okay, what are the implications from a future development perspective? Since I'm being told that's what's in the cards for Arthur Place, which are the properties I own. So, I mean, from a perspective of the current residents, I think this is ludicrous. I mean, if you look at it, who would want to live there? All my current tenants have told me they wouldn't want to live there. But again, I've been told that doesn't matter. So I'm strictly looking at this and presenting this argument from the perspective of future development. I want to protect the future and make sure best practices are followed when it comes to planning practices. Again, if I'm being told that this is the business I'm in, I'm going to do a good job at making sure I'm in that business and covering all my bases from that perspective.
I just want to reflect on the comment you just made that you said you own 6 properties here?
I own 5 properties.
Sorry, 5.
There are actually 10 properties in total with Arthur Place addresses, and then the 9294 Victoria is the White House at the bottom left that you see there. It's a Victoria address, but there would be 11 in total. 2 of the other owners are here in the audience as well.
Okay, so you just said that your tenants said that if this building goes up that they're not going to live there. Are you concerned that this would affect your ability to rent?
Absolutely, but apparently that's the hand I've been dealt, and I've been told those concerns don't matter.
Okay, and you said the other 2 owners are here. Can they just raise their hands for me? Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Vrbanovich.
Well, not of this delegation.
Okay.
I actually have a question.
Okay, that's fine.
We'll later.
Come back to you. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, I do have one question. There was some discussion last week about the roadway in there. Did you get further clarification on the ownership of that?
I know the whole story on it. I hired Miller Thompson to do the research about 7 years ago. So the roadway was the laneway of a farmhouse that used to sit at the very end of Arthur Place. All the Arthur Place properties have right-of-way written into the deeds over that laneway. And so when that rest of the property was sold and redeveloped, the laneway could never go with it. So if you do a title search, it actually comes up as Arthur C. Learn, who is the son of that widow who lived in the house. She severed off lots up and down Arthur Place to make money, I suppose. He's deceased. His children are deceased. And there's a collection of people, apparently in Quebec, that their running family joke is that Grandma and Grandpa owned a street in Kitchener. That was years ago, and they haven't paid taxes on it in forever, so it's private lanes. I understand there's a bylaw that if you assemble properties around a private lane, that you can somehow take it. I don't know how that would work in the future. To my point earlier, I don't intend to assemble and develop. I am just considering the implications from a development perspective, but it is, in fact, private property.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, Councillor Urbanovich, can you go back in, please? Sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just hang on. Just a moment. Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I'm wondering if I can ask Mr. Pigeon to come back down because I want to ask a question of him. We've obviously heard some desire to see some further dialogue happening and a further deferral occur. Is this, while it may not be ideal, is this something that your client would be willing to do to try to bring a resolution? Because, I mean, quite frankly, I see where things are at right now. One way or another, this is going to likely end up going to the board, and I don't think that's in anybody's best interest, not your clients, not the residents, and not the cities. And so, I think trying to take some additional time to bring a resolution would be helpful. Is that something you would be amenable to?
Your Worship, I spoke to my client about this, and at the meeting we had with the city staff and the Allertons and their planning consultant last week, we presented the 6 to 7.3 meter setback. And they said it's simply not far enough. They want 12.5 meters. And my client is not prepared to move to 12.5 meters. If that is the line in the sand, then I know what the outcome will be. However, for the sake of a few months, my client is begrudgingly willing to accept a deferral to November with the intent of working with city staff to bring something back to council.
Okay. Thank you with that, then, Mr. Mayor. I believe the issue was referred from the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee to council, and so the process would be that I would bring a motion forward in regards to that. And as such, in light of the response from Mr. Pigeon and the request from the residents, I would move a further deferral until the November 17th meeting so that there's an opportunity for parties and city staff to dialogue and hopefully bring up an amenable solution for everybody.
Okay. That is our protocol. I know that you had mentioned it, Councillor Yatsky, before about a deferral. You've each had a deferral this evening then, if we can go that way. But before we go there, Councillor Etherington had some questions for staff.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a couple of questions to Mr. Pinard. Can you explain why we have the 25-meter separation between the two existing Momentum towers?
Mr. Pinard.
Through you, Mayor Zaire, I can't provide any more explanation than what was already presented. That is the design that was presented and submitted to staff. I believe maybe someone from the Momentum Group could provide a fuller answer, but I don't have any more explanation.
Okay. And in Kitchener, have we never had adjacent high-rise twin towers?
Through you, Mayor Zaire, I'm not aware of any twin towers on adjacent properties.
And with the LRT intensification projects, to give a couple of examples, the hub and the bus terminal, are we going to have this kind of guideline before those start happening on the separation of towers?
Yeah. Through you, Mayor Zaire, we don't have guidelines, and it is something that was off our radar but has been put on our radar, and we agree it's a good thing. So what we say in the report, the addendum report that is before you, is that either later this year or in early 2015, we would present some interim guidelines that would serve as our guiding tool until we can conduct some more review and develop something that is more comprehensive.
Thank you. And again, Mr. Mayor, so we don't rewrite history, I had deferred at the last meeting until November, and then we changed it to the 1 week deferment. It wasn't Councillor Janetsky who did the deferral. And I'll be supporting the deferral. I think we've come a distance in the last week, and I think we can go a little bit further. I don't want to lose this development.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor Zaire. And this is a question to staff. You sure we don't have an example locally of 2 towers on a property? I'm pretty sure I know one that's right beside this building.
Through you, Mayor Zaire, I'd be happy to have that one pointed out, but just off the top, I could not recollect anyone when I was asked the question.
Okay. I'll support the deferral, but I think there's plenty of local examples within the region, in particular our sister city, Waterloo, that doesn't have these setbacks between towers. And I think next door doesn't have that either. So I'll support the deferral, but I think people need to realize that this has already been done. This is nothing new.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Just one question of staff. I wanted to make sure I understood the point that you made earlier, Mr. Pignard, with respect to setbacks and the property valuations and development potential. So my understanding from what you said is, supposing that Momentum can move the setback to 12.5 meters, that would also mean that would be the precedent then, so that would mean that the potential future Allerton property would also have to be set back 12.5 meters on their side. And if I understood correctly, that would severely or somewhat impact their ability to build a larger tower.
Yes. Through you, Mayor Zaire, as you increase the setback, you start approaching another property line, which also would have to leave a potential setback for properties that are adjacent to it. And in the case of the Arthur Place properties, they also have to deal with the issue of a building that an existing building that would require heritage impact assessment. So we also would have to look at the relationship to that through the heritage impact assessment process. So that would have the overall effect of having to shrink the tower to leave options open on the other side. And we could reach a point where the tower is so small that it is not feasible. So that was my point through you, Mayor Zaire.
Thank you. Just very quickly, I just want to thank staff. There was some reference to potentially not looking at this closely enough, but as the earlier delegate indicated, staff did work through the weekend, Saturday and Sunday on this to try and bring back some sort of compromise for today, which was committee and council's direction. So I do appreciate that. And I just very quickly, if deferral is what it takes for a couple of months to make sure that this development is done properly, then I'm very happy to support it.
Councillor Galway-Seelock.
Yeah, actually I have a question of staff. If I understand correctly, the tower separation policy isn't going to come back until late this year, but not by November. Is that correct?
Through Mayor Zaire, it is possible that we could have an interim policy in place by November. I can give you sort of a bit of a heads up where we think we may land. We may land somewhere in what we're recommending for this proposal, which is as a starting point to have a minimum distance separation of 12 meters between towers. We still need to look at it a little bit more. It could be that it's not a one-size distance separation for all situations. We may want to include some conditions in which that distance separation would actually increase or decrease depending on the context. We may also look at some stepping back provisions. I talked about the staggering of provisions, or at least I tried to. And we talked about the maximum overlap that is allowed in some communities. We kind of like that. we just learned, a lot about it during this past week. So we would want take our time, put together something that would serve as a good guiding document until we can actually amend our urban design manual with a comprehensive tower separation guideline.
So if I heard you correctly, you could have something interim come forward in the timeline that we're looking at deferring this till.
Yes.
Maybe not fully comprehensive, but something.
That is correct. But at the present time, our intent is actually to separate our recommendation on the applications from the guidelines. It is not our practice to apply rules proactively, which is sometimes referred to as moving the goalposts. I mean, one of the things that we do in Kitchener that is why a lot of people like to do business in Kitchener, and that is to go forward with the rules that are in place. In this case, the applicant is submitting revisions that were encouraged by council's comments, staff comments, and the discussions. But it's not in anticipation of what a future guideline may be. It's really to deal with the application on its own.
Would it be possible, because I believe, if I heard correctly, this is going to be deferred to council, and I understand that any decision we make in committee comes to council, that we could look at purely just the separation distance at the committee meeting in November for an interim policy?
Through you, Mayor Zaret, yes, that is a possibility. I'm going to state that we will try to do it, as we tried to get a lot of information to you this evening. But until I touch base with staff, who will be doing a lot of the heavy lifting, I can't guarantee it.
Okay, so
That would be November the 10th, but given our process of getting information out, it's roughly November 1st that they would have to have the work completed.
So with hearing what Mr. Pernard said, I'd like to add to the recommendation that staff give the direction that staff endeavor to have a report come back to the November 10th meeting with regards to tower separations.
Okay. Those are all the speakers. Now we can have some comments. Yes. Councillor Yanetsky. Actually, no. I'm sorry. There's a deferral on the floor. I was trying to get all of that stuff out of the way. Is this to the timing of the deferral?
I'm going to comment. I'm supporting the deferral.
Okay.
Basically, because it's good planning. I didn't think we'd be able to do much within 1 week, and I recommended that back last week. And I think that progress could be made. And if we can work out for 2 months, we can avoid OMB hearings from either side.
Okay. The deferral is on the Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I just want to say that I don't disagree with the deferral to November. I do want to say, though, I think it was beneficial for everyone to have the deferral to this week, because I think we saw a lot of movement, and we gave the direction, and the seriousness was taken by all parties. And I think that was important to see. And so I think moving forward, we can continue to work towards a positive solution.
Recorded vote on the deferral, which is to November the 17th, with the direction to staff to try to bring for November 10th an interim guideline related to separation distance. That would be to the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee. Okay, recorded vote's been called for. You may now vote. That is unanimous. There was one conflict of interest noted earlier on. Thank you. Now, while planning staff is here, there was one item, and if there's going to be debate or discussion on it, then we'll hold off on it. But item 4 under the Committee of the Whole, which was just the endorsement of the deferrals with it's a technicality with the region's official plan. Are there any questions on that? Someone prepared to move that then? Councillor Fernandez, Councillor Ioannidis. Those in favour? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And is there, I will now take the question out of the cold. If there's going to be discussion, I'll also hold that off. That was in the, I forget which committee report that came. Someone spot it for me. I can't hear you. Okay. And what number? Okay. Number 1 on planning and strategic initiatives. Moved by Councillor Vrbanovich, seconded by Councillor Galway-Seelock. Those in favour? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. Now we will go back to other delegations who were not pre-registered, but they are registered immediately prior to this meeting. And it's on, this is Lori Zimmerman. And this relates to the one tender of Vista Crescent Consultant Services. That is on page, yes, it's on the item 2 under the tenders, rather. Ms. Zimmerman, go ahead.
Thank you. Vista Crescent is approximately 57 years old and doesn't have any sidewalks. There are 5 second-generation families living there. The 28 households on Vista Crescent and 1 homeowner on the corner of Vista Crescent and Lakeside Drive respectfully ask you to please defer the tender and any further decisions and planning for Vista Crescent until at least the November 2014 council meeting. A petition signed by 100% of Vista Crescent households opposing sidewalks was submitted to Councillor Yaneski and Steve Allen earlier this summer. Vista Crescent is a dead-end, go-nowhere crescent with very low traffic. It doesn't lead to the newly asphalted walking trail through Lakeside Park. The entrance is located off of Queen Street. The crescent is too steep to safely accommodate a wheelchair. A couple who walk their dog on Vista Crescent regularly continue to walk on the road when they get to Lakeside Drive, where there are sidewalks, because there is so very little traffic. The environmental impact resulting from the loss of approximately 33 of our trees is unnecessary and unacceptable. Most were planted when the neighborhood was new. They are huge, beautiful, and healthy trees. Several residents bought their homes on Vista Crescent because of the trees. Sidewalks mean a loss of parking in our driveways, move excess parking onto the street, and potential loss of property values because of the reduced available parking. Many households having 2-car parking will be reduced to 1-car parking, which means many may widen driveways and create a reduction of green space. Additional expenses will be incurred by those homeowners, some of whom simply may not be able to afford it. Since last fall, 5 driveways have been rebuilt. Several residents are elderly, not physically able to maintain a sidewalk in the winter. One resident of 57 years, she was the first homeowner on the street, signed a petition abolishing the installation of sidewalks, and she still doesn't want the sidewalks because they're not necessary. Additional salt will be used during the winter months. One resident commented that we are located on a big pile of sand and that there are statistics and a rating system that show anything applied to the ground surface in our neighborhood runs more quickly into the water table than other areas of the city. We're not the only residents of Kitchener to bring these points to your attention, and I know that you've heard some of these points 2 or 3 times before. It's time to take the time to review the city's sidewalk policy, as it appears to be a policy with flaws. One size doesn't fit all. It doesn't advocate for everyone. Several young adult children have no choice but to drive either to school or work out of town. More and more adult children are staying in the family home. According to a recent census in Canada, the number of young adults aged 20 to 29 living at home is 42.3%. On our crescent of the 28 homes, 6 house adult children. Someone should be considering their needs as well. It's time to start thinking outside the box for sidewalk alternatives, even if that means no sidewalk when it simply doesn't make sense, as in our situation. There should be alternatives that don't entail bulldozing over 16 feet of the front of our properties with concrete, cutting down all our trees, and taking away our parking. It's a horrendous waste of trees, time, and money for everyone. I refer you to the city's own sidewalk program. There's 3 benefits to it. Economic development. It's a residential area, there isn't any. Fewer car trips. People are going to walk if they want to walk. People are going to drive if they want to drive. And the best, a sense of community by transforming neighborhoods into friendlier, more attractive places to live. Well, we're already very friendly, and I don't think it's going to be a more attractive place to live if we cut down all our trees to build a sidewalk that we don't need. So we respectfully ask you to defer the tender until November and consider your sidewalk policy. Thank you very much.
The microphone was off. There are a couple of questions, but you recognize that this is just to actually begin a process, that no decisions have been made. It's out of this process that the public will have input into whether or not there are sidewalks and what the process will be. Do you understand that?
I do understand that. I want everyone to be aware that we don't want a sidewalk.
Yeah,
I don't want to waste time and money on planning. And I would like someone to consider alternatives for us. And I would also like to provide Councillor Yaneski with the opportunity to meet with the rest of the residents of the Crescent.
Councillor Yaneski, a question?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Question I have for you, as a result of what's the tender coming before us, there was some soil sample digging that started taking place earlier in the summer that triggered all this concern. But there was something else that really unfolded that affected you in terms of the driveway improvements that you had made. Could you expand on that and elaborate what triggered all this that got you all concerned?
That's true. I am a parent of one of those adult children still living at home that needed parking, simply because my son was finishing up school. He had a co-op job out of town. He needed a vehicle to commute, and he didn't want his mother driving him on dates. So we went from 2-car driveway, single one in front of the other, and decided to widen our driveway. We saved for it. We planned it. My son saved his money to buy the car until the driveway was done, on and on. I wanted to make sure, because it was a rather large cash outlay for us, that I was having the driveway constructed within all the city bylaws and doing my homework. So I phoned the city several times to double check how far I had to be away from the property line, how far away the new sidewalk that went down the side of the garage had to be from the property line, and several of them were able to pull up my property and give me the dimensions and tell me what the rules were and everything else. They also mentioned, I asked them, well, do I need permits? Yes, you do, because you're going to be cutting the curbs and you need a permit to cut the curbs. So I said, okay, fine. However, we only have 3 people from you to choose from. Okay, I got the list. I started making the calls. The first one wanted $675. Meanwhile, the fellow that was going to install my driveway was simply just going to cut them as part of the cost of the driveway. I told the first person that I called, I don't think so. Second one I called on the list, I'll do it for you for $200. Perfect. A couple of days before it was time for the installation of the driveway, I called him, sorry, can't come, my truck's broken. The last one on the list is located in Brampton. And I thought, well, he's got to come from Brampton. He's going to be even more expensive than the first guy. I explained the whole situation. I said, I'm not paying you $675. He said, fine, I'll come and do it for $350. I got the permit. It was signed by Transportation Canada, Zoning and Planning, and the engineering department for the city. Perfect. I'm ready to go. Had everything done, had my driveway installed last September, And the spring of this year, all these stakes start showing up in my neighborhood. Okay, what's going on? So after a couple of phone calls to the city, I find out that our street has come up for reconstruction, and it's policy that when a street comes up for reconstruction, a sidewalk's put in. I said, oh, well, I don't think so. I just spent all this money on this driveway. Nobody told me that when I went and got my permit. I made all the phone calls. I even told them about the story about my son not wanting me to drive him on his dates because he wanted a car and needed parking, and nobody said anything. So now all of a sudden what's going to happen is I will lose approximately 16 feet of that driveway, which means all the money that I spent to provide 4-car parking to my home, I go back now to 2-car parking. And for the sake of a sidewalk that nobody's going to use.
So basically the sidewalk, the driveway portion that you have is right down to the curb.
It is.
And when they would be looking at the reconstruction, it would be the boulevard and a future sidewalk, if that's what's going to happen.
It would take away the 16 feet.
Would take away 16 feet of the brand new asphalt, brand new concrete aggregate type.
Exposed
Okay.
concrete.
I have no other questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's focus on the item we're dealing with here, which is the tender. Councillor Ioannidis.
I'm sorry, I pressed the button by accident.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. That's all the questions. Councillor Yanitzky.
Yeah, having seen the situation, I just want to add to this that the concerns I've had from residents who have called me, I haven't spoken to all of them. They are quite concerned what's been happening, and as a result of this tender coming before us, I understand where staff is coming from in the direction to get the ball rolling, which is fine, and I appreciate that. However, I want to meet with the residents to find out all their concerns, and I would request that this expression of interest be deferred to the next council meeting, and staff could then at that time move forward, because I want to get all the feedback from the residents and be able to have some type of answers when we go forward in November.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here. I think it's totally inappropriate to get into detail of an expression of interest at this point in time when we're not dealing with the basic facts of what may or may not be there. This is a process to actually identify all of those issues, and I think a deferral is just totally inappropriate in this circumstances. I don't know whether there'll be sidewalks there or not. I have no idea at this point in time, but that's not the point. The process, we're cutting off the process before we even start it, and making a decision without any kind of additional information on the circumstances. There are two other speakers on this at this point. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Zaire, I just wanted to get a clarification from staff. When did we approve this, like beforehand with the project? Did we approve this through the budget process?
Mr. Whitmer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, 2 years prior to actually doing any work, we do an environmental analysis of the sites, so we can prepare our information for the consultant that does the balance of the information, which is the data collection, the plans, the discussions with the community to see all the constraints that are there in order to provide a plan that is best for the infrastructure. So this is really the first part of getting that plan together, so we have all the information to make an informed decision. At the moment, we don't have that information because we haven't started the process yet.
Okay, so in other words, this is rather fairly early then.
It is the beginning, as the Mayor Zaire has indicated.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on that point. So when I'm looking at this huge dollar figure, deferring it in effect defers. We're talking about redoing the road. The sidewalk is one small portion of that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is only for the purposes of hiring the consultant.
Right. But I'm saying the consultant input is one small portion of, is very, like if you were to put a dollar value on that, the sidewalk is a tiny portion of that large figure.
That's correct, and we don't even know if that's going to be involved or not.
That was my point. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Yunetsky, are you bringing forward a deferral of this tender until when? Okay, go ahead.
The next council meeting being November 17th was the date?
November 17th.
Yes.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Glenn Graham.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote's been called for. Okay. We can now vote. Those in favor? Those opposed? The deferral is defeated. Okay, the recommendation has been moved. Those in favor? I can see some hands. Those in favor? Opposed? That motion is carried. Okay. I failed to, when we were just dealing with that quick item on the official plan, there was another email that had come out about some error in mapping. It was just, again, a technical correction that needed to be made, and it's just on the understanding that that would have been included, and there will be so noted in the minutes as well. Thank you. Our last delegation then is Stephen Dewar. But I'm sorry, before we go there, Mr. Benedict, this is related to termites, and since we have a delegation, I'm going to ask Mr. Benedict to come down and give an update on the report, which was a separate report. It was in our packages on the weekend. Okay. Press your microphone. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here to speak to report CSD 14104. Since the Community and Infrastructure Services Committee on September 8th, staff have amended the recommendation to Council with the input from Council and the information from Dr. Miles. We are now recommending that 1, in-kind funding be provided to the area bound by Briargate Drive and Greenock Drive, which is 23 properties, for the following. For application of borate wood preservative treatments for existing sheds, borate rod treatment for existing fence posts, application of entomopathic nematodes in spring and fall starting 2015, annual spring and fall yard cleanup weekends, and monitoring of termite activity by installing in-ground traps, including staff to monitor traps. And that staff be directed to undertake a review of the existing bylaw, Chapter 689 of the City of Kitchener Municipal Code, and further that staff be directed to implement a public education program about termites for the entire red and blue zone as identified by the chief building official, which there's a map attached in the report. We feel this recommendation provides the maximum community benefit by developing a termite monitoring and control program rather than directly funding homeowners. We have incorporated the recommendations from Dr. Miles in hopes to see a decreased termite population in this area in the coming years.
Just on the back page of the report, it's black and white that we have, so can you identify which was the red and the blue area?
Sure. The red area would be the area that's referred to as the island that is bound in by Greenock Drive and Briargate. And then the blue area would be the stacked 2 properties beyond that, going out to Laurentian Drive, Radcliffe, and crossing through Radcliffe Park.
Okay. I assumed that, but just want to make sure. Okay. This is questions, or would you want to hold your questions? I'll have Councillor Singh and Councillor Gazzola. Do you want to wait for the questions until after the delegation speaks? You okay with that, Councillor Gazzola?
I would like to ask now.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm quite surprised by this report from staff. I'm not sure where it comes from. I don't remember, we discussed all these items, but the last time staff was here was the fact that no grants would be given for private property, and now you have a whole list of things. What did staff make that decision on their own? I mean, the gist of the discussion that I heard last Monday really didn't indicate that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're still recommending no grants to homeowners for a termicide treatment on their property. We are providing a community to the 23 properties to try and reduce the termite population.
You're in fact, you're using public money for problems on private properties. You've twisted the meaning of it, but it's exactly the same thing.
Well, Mr. May.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff's revised recommendation is based directly on the information that you heard from the expert that presented to us at the last committee meeting on this issue.
Dr. Miles. I think it's in response to that, I would guess. Okay, so let's listen to the delegation. Stephen Dewar. Go ahead. Come on down, Stephen. But okay, go.
Question
go
of
ahead,
Mr. Benedict, and I'll be
Singh.
brief because Councillor Gazzola raised this point, and I want to make this clear again because we did receive professional opinion, and I'm glad that we did. And is it clear that the professional that presented to council said that if that little island, and I'm reiterating his wordage actually, little island is allowed to expand, it will to the entire neighborhood or citywide infestation will occur. Is that correct? So now that we do have better understanding that the infestation can in fact spread beyond the contained street.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as Dr. Miles indicated, they would have to have a path of an old tree or some kind of root structure to go across the street. But he did indicate that it could cross the street.
That it can occur. Okay.
Correct.
So it's just not a homeowner's problem. It is a citywide. It is a concern to the general community as a whole. So I just wanted to clarify that fact.
Okay. Mr. May, you have something to add to that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I think I should just add, the recommendation before you is based specifically on Dr. Miles' intervention at the last committee meeting. He indicated there were certain things that the city should do, and he indicated there are certain things that the property owners should do and not the city, and that's exactly the recommendation before you today.
I know that we have this item and quite a number of other items, and it is already 14 minutes to 11, so I'm going to just interrupt the process. We need unanimous consent, those present, to go past 11 o'clock. It's moved by Councillor Singh, seconded by Councillor Galloway-Sealock. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. So now, Stephen, if you want to come forward, welcome. Sorry for the delay.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here with several of my neighbors from the Laurentian Hills area regarding the termite infestation discovered on our properties. Several of us appeared before the Community and Infrastructure Services Committee in August to ask that the city help us in dealing with this problem, and we're here again tonight to ask for that help again. One of the requests in August was that the city assist us in attempting to kill the termite colony that's invaded our block. We learned from professional pest control companies that spraying around the perimeter of our homes will repel the termites but would not likely destroy the colony that's in our yards. We need help to destroy this infestation, not just temporarily deter the insects and push them onto other properties. We hope that Kitchener residents 10 years in the future, if they remember us at all, think of this as an issue that was effectively dealt with and not think of us as ground zero for a citywide problem. We're greatly encouraged that the committee invited Dr. Tim Miles to speak and at the September meeting, and we appreciate that some of his advice is reflected in the initiatives recommended in the report that's before you tonight. We hope that staff will continue to seek information about treatment options, the best chemicals to use. We understand there's a new chemical that has just recently been approved in Ontario that might be more effective. There's many issues that we can't, as homeowners, necessarily get information on, or that the city might be in a better position to find out information about. Our other request in August was that you consider assisting financially those of us that have needed to begin this fight. Since that meeting, staff have enforced a bylaw in existence since 1989, but only used for the first time, which requires us to utilize the services of a professional pest control company to spray around our homes. This is an expensive process and imposed a hardship on many of our neighbors. The same bylaw also includes a provision through which those affected by it can apply for financial assistance from the city to cover 50% of the costs involved. City staff have pointed out to us that the language includes words such as may, and that does not oblige the city to honor any such requests. In fact, the report before you tonight recommends that you do not provide any financial assistance. We ask that you recognize the significant impact that this cost is having on our neighborhood and on our neighbors, and consider the intent of the bylaw as it was passed by council of the day in 1989. That council enacted this legislation, including a section that recognizes that constituents would need assistance if and when the orders were issued under it. In the report presented tonight on the third page, staff have characterized their recommendations as a termite control program intended to have a citywide benefit by preventing the spread of termites. They've recognized that this is not just about our need to address the pest control problem on our properties and in our homes. We believe that the treatment that we provided fits the same definition. This is about the larger city. We believe that this is consistent with the provisions currently in the bylaw to share the costs of the treatment required with the city's assistance to pay 50% of the costs that we've incurred. We ask that you work with us in this fight against termites by providing us the assistance both in exploring and delivering alternative treatment options and in sharing the costs of this fight with affected residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There may be some... I appreciate the passion, but applause is not allowed in the chamber. Councillor Singh, you have some questions.
Yes, quickly, and thank you, Stephen, for coming before council and really reiterating the perspective of the neighborhood. And I see that there's a lot of other residents here as well. Could I just see a raise of hand of all those residents that are here on this issue? Okay, thank you. And you've made reference to the existing bylaw and the wordage that it speaks to certain measures of financial assistance. And so it is your opinion, as well as shared by your neighbors as well, that responsibility still holds, although that provincial funding was taken away a long time ago. That still doesn't negate the city from that continuation of the responsibility as articulated by the bylaw.
I would hope that it doesn't. The bylaw speaks to 50%. Doesn't say only if the province is willing to pay it. It's a city bylaw and it says 50%. And unfortunately, not all of our neighbors could speak, but there are people on fixed incomes. There are people with small children, and this is not a small amount of money. This is very onerous, and the bylaw would assist those people, and I can't help but think that that's why it was passed in the first place.
Yeah, I agree with you absolutely. And in conversation with you earlier, you're satisfied with the 3 points that's in the recommendation now?
Yes, we're very grateful for staff for coming up with these terms that, again, we can push the termites away from our homes. We can't control the colony. Dr. Miles suggested some things, and we're very grateful that staff have adopted those.
Absolutely. And in 1B, where it talks about borate rod treatment of existing fence posts, and this was in conversation with you as well, and you made a good point that it should probably reference to all wooden posts in the backyard. If you treat the fence post, but not, say, if there's a decking post, there's still an issue with the edible food source for the termites. So
it's hopefully a minor point. Hopefully that's what was intended, but yes.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. And Mr. Mayor, I would move the recommendations when the time is right, and I have an alteration to my motion, which was deferred, which articulates the language a little bit more clearly. since then, and I can present that when council is ready.
Okay, are there any questions of staff on the report? Okay, then we'll go back to you, Councillor Singh, to bring forward recommendations as you see fit.
Actually, I have...
Thank you, Stephen. There were no more questions for you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I would just have a few brief questions of staff, which I had queued in earlier, so is that okay? Questions of staff? Okay.
Yes.
Tim, so you've referenced the bylaw in the past as well, that obviously because of provincial funding no longer exists, so the city is, or the staff are recommending that the financial assistance not be made available. Is the wordage explicit, saying that the funding is tied to the monies received from the province, and only if there are no monies received from the province and no funding is available? Is that wordage explicit and clear?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the existing bylaw doesn't speak to the provincial funding under the funding portion.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to clarify. That was my only question, Mr. Mayor, so I can...
Go ahead and present the motion.
Great. So my motion, which would be, I guess, carry on of my original intent, which was to provide for the city to take a leadership role in looking at a suppressive mitigation measure, which I'm glad to see that staff have already acknowledged that as a wise direction, especially with the additional information received through Dr. Miles. But I think the question about the financial assistance still looms, and the motion before us clearly speaks to clarify the question of financial assistance that the neighborhood is still insisting that be made available to them. So I'm moving that. I don't think it's necessary for me to read it out. It's already before us.
Okay, before we go on, is there a seconder for this? Councillor Fernandez. Okay, now maybe speak to it.
Okay, great. So I'm really glad that the residents got to experience the full breadth of conversation that goes around the council chambers when we have to decide on various issues that have impact on residents' lives. And there have been very good examples of that tonight, when residents clearly their quality of life could have been impacted. Council chose to take the right direction in taking the right course in ensuring that their interests were protected, their voice was respected, and ensuring that whatever measures could be taken to appease them would be done. And some of those decisions that got made tonight will be impactful on the proponents, the developers, because the city was rightly so trying to listen to its citizens. I think this question before us about the funding, and speaking to my motion, because I absolutely support already the recommendations, and I would hope that other council members would have no question in supporting that either, is that it's a clear connection in the same sense. These residents are before us requesting the city live up to its responsibility and provide the assistance that it articulates. Just because we were not mindful in correcting a bylaw that's sat on the books for a couple decades now is not their fault. They are clearly facing a problem that there is provisions to manage it, to assist with it, and now they're before us and asking us to live up to that. And I would hope and support that other council members would see that. And the same council members that supported the previous motions for deferrals, this is the same type of question before them as well. These the interests and concerns of these residents are no different than theirs, and I would hope that we have the same value for them as we did for the previous neighborhoods. So I would hope the support by my colleagues.
Does your motion include the written recommendation from staff as well?
Yes, it would.
Okay, so it is both what we see on the screen and what is in front of us in the report.
So the number 2 maybe just rephrased so that we can remove that. It speaks the same thing. Be it finally resolved that staff be directed to undertake a review of the existing bylaw. That's already articulated in the recommendations, so it's just redundant, that's all.
Okay. And the intent here is not a grant, but to apply for a loan. Is that it?
No, Mr. Mayor. I've done the motion in a way that it allows for council to have a constructive and wholesome conversation, seeing what priorities can be taken out of this. It speaks to that staff be directed to develop an application agreement process for a grant assistance to individual homeowners for the treatment of termites. That speaks to as it's worded in the existing bylaw. And also it talks about that eligibility for, if approved, for any grants be retroactive for residents that have already applied for chemical treatments on their property. And then finally, to your point, it also talks separately about a grant through a loan process that staff
But I
would
don't understand, if there's a grant, why the loan?
Because our current bylaw speaks to a loan as well, because the granting doesn't provide provisions for the full assistance of whatever the financial impact may be in the homeowner. Certain homeowners may still require additional financial assistance.
So I'm just making sure that everybody's understanding this. So the essence of all of this is that you are proposing that 50% grant be given, and if the homeowner needs assistance for the other 50%, that they can apply for a loan.
I think it's tonight's not the opportunity to decide exactly what should it be. 50%? Could it be 1,000? Could it be 2,000? That's why I left it to the direction. The wordage of the motion speaks to staff looking in that model, looking into a granting process, and that's a conversation that would have to come back.
Okay, that was the 5 minutes for you, so you're on time. Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thanks very much. I brought forward an amendment that mirrors a lot of this, but certainly I can't support a grant. I do sympathize with the residents, and I certainly would support a loan to a maximum of $5,000, but I couldn't support the other aspects of this. As well-intentioned as it is to help, if the interest is in financial assistance, I think the loan is the appropriate way. The city is not in a financial position to give money out as grants. We don't know where it would end, and certainly, I would support the opportunity for a loan.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, this has taken quite a few different steps, and there's a whole resolution there. I'm not sure what it says. I just keep seeing the word grant popping up all over the place. I listened, and we were very fortunate to have a professional come and tell us what to do and give us some suggestions. I'd like to go back. It's not going to happen now. To his recommendations, really had a sheet there of recommendations, and I don't see them lining up with all of this. When this comes down to a vote, and I know it will, I'm just confused where we're going here. We're giving them a grant in that the city's going to pay $32,000 out first, then we're going to give them another grant over here, and then Mr. Mayor, you threw in, we might as well get a loan in there too. I'm totally confused as to where we're going, but in order to save time, I'm opposed to the first part of the staff recommendation. I wasn't opposed to doing some things, but there really wasn't. When we discussed it last week, they talked about, for example, they talked about that nematodes and said that you can buy that very inexpensively and do that, and I figured that would be something that the neighborhood would be doing themselves. So when you come down to this, going back to this whole issue on the bylaw, the province came out back in the golden days when lots of money floating around, and they introduced that they were going to pay out people that suffered this, and it's an unfortunate thing. But they said to municipalities, if you want to get some of our provincial money, you got to put in a bylaw. Okay, but then they came along and they said, hey, no more money, it's over. At that point, we should have been changing our bylaw, but we were asleep. Well, now we have to wake up. So when it comes down to this final thing, I will not support any granting. I'm prepared to support, we need to do whatever we can in education. I was prepared to try to help out on our thing, but we've gone the whole kit and caboodle. I was one of the original ones, and I think I was the original one that was totally in favor of providing a loan to the residents. And I discussed it. I said that it is an unfortunate thing, but all of our citizens run into unfortunate things. I said that it does fit into the fact that they could loan. We should be prepared to loan them something at very low interest rates, because we can get low interest rates and it doesn't cost us anything. And we also had the security of that loan being applied to the residential property. So the rest of the taxpayers could not lose on that. And at the same time, we would be helping out the community that were in distress. But now we've gotten the whole kit and caboodle. I'm totally confused as to, we just can't seem to be opening up our wallet big enough. So I will not. I want a recorded vote, and I would like items 2 and 3 taken separately, and 1, and then this is another whole series of items.
We can definitely take them separately, and a recorded vote can be taken. Mr. Benedict, do you want to speak to this in terms of what was recommended by Dr. Miles, in essence, is what your report is here? Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I was going to ask for them to be taken separately as well.
That was for you. We're okay. Go ahead.
Wow, 5 minutes went fast for me.
Nope.
I look at the motion that's in front of us on the screen, and I have some serious concerns. First of all, the point says financial assistance provided to affected residents. Nowhere does it say that guidelines, that staff be directed to give guidelines of what that assistance looks like. It just says to develop an application. It clearly, the way this is worded right now, suggests that all the funding, that we fund the whole program, because there's nowhere in here that says staff should come up with guidelines around what kind of grant support we should give. So I have extreme concerns with that. Outside of that, I do think we need to help the residents. And I think what Dr. Miles has come forward with, listening to him last week, is the best solution that we can do to help you in the long run. He's the expert. This is what his recommendations are. And I think we can do that for you. It's the same thing that Guelph provides to their residents. They provide everything that's in here in the recommendation from staff is what the Guelph supports. They just have a separate program that Dr. Miles is working on. And I think if we heard anything from committee last Monday was, if we need to go that route, we can look at Dr. Miles down the road for a separate program. But in the meantime, I think these are the best recommendations to help you moving forward that's on the staff report. So that's what I'll be supporting, 1, 2, and 3 of the staff report, because I do think that we need to help you in some way, and we need to help all residents in Kitchener who are dealing with the same problem. And we've learned of more since you guys have brought this to our attention. So I think this is the best way the city can help every resident who comes into these problems.
Okay, Councillor Singh, I have you again, but do you want to wait to wrap up? Okay. Councillor Verbanovich.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And obviously this is a difficult issue and a challenge for the homeowners, and many of which are here this evening. It's also not unlike some other issues that other homeowners are dealing with in our community, like the emerald ash borer, and people that have those trees on their own property are having to incur the costs of removing them, and they can be quite high. although admittedly those are one-time costs. I think in looking at this issue, certainly the recommendations that are in staff report make good sense to me. They're clearly part of the recommendations that came from the expert that was here when we dealt with this last. I think the second part, and I've spoken about this from day one of when we dealt with this, I would certainly be in favor of some sort of loan program to facilitate residents dealing with this issue. And so I would ask that part of it be separated out from the rest of Councillor Singh's motion when we deal with this.
Okay, we can do that. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Mayor Zare. I won't echo what's been said. I definitely concur with this notion of a loan program because the one-time hit can be substantial, and I sympathize with that. I just wanted to comment briefly, too, that I was very happy to see staff change the public education program. In the prior report, they had dedicated $20,000 just to that, and now they're just targeting the affected zones and are redirecting those dollars to what Dr. Miles had recommended. So I think it shows some fiscal prudence, and it's entirely appropriate, and I'll be happy to support it.
Okay, Councillor Inetsky.
I too have sympathy for the residents in regard to the impact of the termites, and I know the emerald ash borer is also another issue that's affected another part of the city and other residents as well. But with the emerald ash borer, if the property trees are on city property, the city takes care of that. If the emerald ash borer happens to die on your own property, that's your own responsibility. And I see that sort of scenario the same as the termite. It's unfortunately that has happened, but it's the homeowner's responsibility. It would just be like if there's other issues, whether you've got squirrels or raccoons or mice or whatever, you have to take care of it yourself. Unfortunately, that's just the way it works. I do like the second and third motions of the city staff report, and I would be prepared to support that. But for us to get into also, as shown in the recommendation before us on the screen, about providing loans, well, the loan means you have to pay it back. You're still paying for it in the end. You just maybe doing some financing, bridge financing in the meantime, but you still got to pay it back as opposed to a grant. And if you want a loan, I mean, you can also just go to the bank and they'll be happy to loan it too. Otherwise, now we're becoming the bankers. And I can't accept that.
Okay. I want to make some comments and then I'm going to close it off with Councillor Singh. But are there any more comments to be made? Anyone else? Okay. My comments would be that I can support the recommendation that is here in front of us from staff, because I think it does deal with the larger picture. It is very unfortunate as for the individual property owners, but as a property owner myself, I am responsible for what is happening on my own property. I too think that while there has been some sympathy expressed for a loan program, we could go, if we get into this, we could do it for a whole range of things, and the city is not considered to be a banker. So I would not be supportive of any of the items that are on the screen at the present time, but I will support the recommendation that is in front of us. Councillor Singh, final comments.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I made that quick alteration to the motion because I thought the language was pretty clear, because it pretty much spoke to the same as what the existing bylaw already speaks to. But I wouldn't want, for any reason, someone not to support. So if that means this would help to clarify and it could allow them to support, that's great. So it clarifies and articulates and develop guidelines on an application, so the control is in staff's hands to bring back a report that would appropriately look at all different...
Sorry, that was 5 minutes for somebody else a while ago, and I forgot to turn it off.
Sure, not a problem.
Go ahead.
Anyways, for staff to bring this back, so I'll just summarize that. But more than anything, what I've heard tonight from some of my colleagues, one reference the city going to sleep on what the bylaw had spoken to, in the past, and that's absolutely true. We did fall asleep on what the wordage on the previous bylaw was. The onus was on us, on the corporation, to have rectified it, to clear the language if the funding no longer existed. You can't just, when you are called upon what you already agreed to, and they say, well, you know what, oops, we forgot, now all of a sudden our intent was different or the meaning was different, and now we'll quickly fix it. No, we should fix it. And part of the recommendation speaks to fixing the bylaw. And I am supportive of that it is a homeowner's responsibility to take care in putting in remediating controls, but subject to us first living up to the responsibility we already spoke of. And after that, we should rectify the bylaw, and then that funding would no longer exist. And that needs to be done, I think, immediately. But for those residents that have already been impacted by it, by those residents who have already treated the property, by those residents who first became aware of this termite infestation and approached the city, and the city didn't really know what to do with for a very long time. And for our practice on what our intention, on what we were planning on doing on this was, it's a homeowner's responsibility. Let's just leave it at that. A couple months ago, let's not forget. Let's not pat ourselves on the back as if we're doing a really good thing with all the recommendations right now. I think we're doing necessary things. These should have been adopted a long time ago. We were ready to just accept for information item a couple months ago, where a report just said, there's a neighborhood that has termites, they need to take care of it. There's a bylaw that speaks to them having to be enforced to inject around their property. We think that'll take care of itself. No, it didn't, and no, it wouldn't. There was a lot more that was required. We had to push. We had to say, no, more information is necessary. And because of that, we're better by it. Let's not just overlook this part either. Let's be fair, let's be responsible to the existing bylaw, and then properly take the next steps to rectify it. But until then, we're responsible to them. Finally, Mr. Mayor, I had spoken to the delegate about this as well. I'm not sure if this needs to be taken separately the way this night is going, but I think the 1B should say all existing wooden posts, because there is decking there. It just doesn't make sense for us to do the fencing posts and not the deck posts. Okay. If there's wooden posts that exist in the backyard, it should capture all of it.
All right. With that understanding, we're going to do it this way. We're going to have the two whereas clauses that are on the screen, and then 1, 2, 3 as on the printed, 4, 5, 6, 7 as on the screen. So just inserting the recommendation from staff between the two whereas clauses and number 4. Are we clear? Okay. Yes, I'm just trying to make sure we understand the process we're going to do. We're going to now take item number 1. It's been moved and seconded, both of these, and recorded vote has been called for. This is number 1 on the paper. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Items 2 and 3 on the, can we go back up? Yes, put that screen back up. Items 2 and 3 on the paper, on the report. Recorded vote. You may now vote. That's unanimous, so that is approved. Go back to the screen if you would, please. I'm going to take items 4, 5, and 6 together because they essentially are related. We can now vote on, well, we can't, not just yet. 4, 5, and 6. You may now vote. Those in favor? Those opposed? Number 7, this relates to loan. You may now vote on that. Those in favor of number 7? Those opposed? Item number 7 is carried. So that completes this matter. I think it was self-explanatory as we went through. The essence of it is that the report the staff put forward was approved, and the asking for a loan program to be investigated. Thank you for coming in. We now go back to our main agenda. Now, I would hope that we can move through this rather quickly. We still have a lot of work to do. And hopefully, I was thinking of leaving the tenders to the end, but let's all work to get through this before 11 o'clock, or midnight rather. So we'll now look at the tenders. Move the balance of the tenders, moved by Councillor Ioannidis, seconded by Councillor Galloway-Seelock. Item number 1, gymnasium partition. Any questions? Councillor Gazzola.
Sorry, and I don't mean to hold you up, but...
Okay. Are you on that one?
Yes, on number 1, yes. There's only one tender for this, and I'm surprised to see that. Is there an explanation for that?
Mr. Gordon.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, there were 8 companies that picked up the tender documents. There basically are 2 types of partitions that we can purchase. One is the ones that you have to move physically, which we've had a lot of trouble with them because of the weight, and the other one is the ones that can be moved automatically. And I can't speak to why we only received 1 bid, but that's what we received.
Okay, I just wondered if there was something we were being too specific. Where does the budget money come from this? Now I don't remember discussing this budget, because we're not only replacing something, we're going to a much better product, which is a substantial difference. So where was this discussed or approved?
Who is coming up? Mr. May. Okay, go ahead, Mr. May.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the funding for this will come out of a general provision account that's specifically set up for these types of repairs to community centers.
Well, so it's just has this been approved, or, I mean, there's no discussion here from staff saying that funding will come from, it's something we didn't plan on, and shouldn't that be here?
Mr. May?
When we run into a $250,000 project?
Mr. May.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is a specific general provision account that is used to cover off this type of maintenance within any community center across the city. I can tell you that obviously this is not a small purchase, and we'll use up the bulk of that fund, and we will have to look at building it up over time for future maintenance to other centers.
But the point I'm asking, is this just a fund that the staff, whenever they feel like it, can dip into? Does council have any jurisdiction on this? I don't probably disagree with the need to do this, but it would be nice if we had some information on it.
I would suggest it's a budgetary question, and in terms of general provision grants, it's not just this one. It's there are a variety. I think if you remember our budget documents, usually the first line, or often the first line on our capital budget for departments was general provisions, and that is building a fund for this and a variety of other things. So we have control of it in terms of the budget process.
So I take it all of council's happy with this.
Well, we'll find out.
I'm not. Okay, yes. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Now I have three others. Are they on this subject? Councillor Galloway, Seelock.
Yeah, my question is, this is for the Stanley Park Community Center, but when you look at page number 2, in the last sentence of the financial implications, it's suggesting that the surplus will remain in the account addressing issues at Chandler MOA. Is that a error in, or is it really coming from a Chandler MOA account? Because I would have concerns with that.
Mr. May.
I'm sure Councillor Singh would.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm about 98% certain that that's a mistake. It's a general provision account that is used for all of the community centers across the city.
Okay, maybe just, I can support it, but maybe if we can just get that clarification.
Councillor Yanetsky. On this item?
No.
Okay. Councillor Davey, are you on this item?
Yes. Just want to make a quick comment, actually, with respect to the automatic partition, just because we've been a little close to this in Ward 2, and the existing partition was an automatic, and it's caused significant issues for both staff and the neighborhood association, because my understanding is the height of these partitions is so great that the manual ones just don't work properly. That's why we moved to the automatic. I too was blown away, and I'm offended somewhat by the price, but it's something that we have to do.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can just interject, I've read the sentence that Councillor Kelly Galloway Seelock was referring to. The sentence is correct. The surplus within that general provision account will be used for site upgrades required at Chandler Mowat. So that's what that sentence is referring to.
Okay, we're moving on to the third one, which is Fisher Park skate park. Councillor Fernandez.
Yes, I had asked Mr. Gordon to give me an idea who did the odd skateboard, and he said it's Paragon Engineering. What I forgot to ask was, where were they from? Because I noticed that this one is coming from England.
Mr. Gordon?
No, sorry, from British Columbia, sorry.
Not England. The other side of the...
Yeah, the other side of the ocean. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
through you, Mr. Mayor. Paragon was in Kitchener at the time, and they have, in some of the consulting amalgamations, that name has disappeared.
Okay, thank you.
On this one, Councillor Cazzola?
I'm curious. Curious for two things. For a small $50,000 project, why we can't do that in house, and then why do we have to go all the way to BC for somebody to do it?
I don't know the answer, Mr. May. Oh, sorry. It's Mr. Whitmer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are specific design elements that are unique to skateboards, where it's good to have expertise that looks at all of the components. Our staff are not skateboard design experts, and from the number that we put in, one every number of years, it would be difficult for us to stay on top of it. So we look at getting somebody in here to design it, consult with the community about the most proper ways of ensuring that they're safe. And that's the biggest issue. It's a safety issue in their design because of the nature of the activities that do go on them. And in doing that, they do that interface with the community and especially the users to design something that what the users want, what the city wants, but it's also in the best interests of the public from a safety perspective as well.
Councillor Ioannidis, are you on this item? Go ahead. Let's see. Councillor Cazzola, you have to click off. You're off now. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this move forward. I know, in speaking with a lot of the residents, in particular with the youth, they're very excited to see that this is happening in their ward, and I guess the greater portion of the city as well. And I think it's paramount that you get professional advice on how you design these parks, in particular, as you had mentioned, with safety, and we don't want to be liable for certain issues. So I think it's important that we cover all our bases.
Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Yeah, I just quickly wanted to comment, having gone through the last one with McLennan Park. I believe we used a Toronto company, but there was some local experts who skateboarded and were able to assist in the process. And having gone through that process and been involved with the consultants and the public, it is highly technical work. And some of the terminology that I learned from going to those public consultations was pretty crazy. And you really do have to have the knowledge in skateboarding in order to, or at least skateboard park design, in order to understand what the public and the community wants. And it was probably by far the best attended public sessions for any meeting that I have been in the 8 years I've been on council. So I think it's important that we have somebody with the know-how to do this.
Okay, we're moving on to Balzer Creek EA. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I have no problem with this. I just want to bring this up that we're doing an EA and we established the criteria. That's the only opportunity council has to deal with something is in establishing the criteria. So it's nothing to do, it doesn't hold up on this tender, but when will that criteria be established and who will be involved with it? That's something for staff to look at.
The EA was, in terms of the council involvement in the criteria, had a certain threshold on projects, but I can't recall what it was. And so I think that information could be resent to council, so we are aware of that.
Actually, the other question I had for this was what is the total cost of the project? It doesn't include that anywhere, and actually I would be interested in knowing. We're just talking about the EA. What is the project going to cost?
Okay, that's additional information that can be sent to us. Number 5 is the Shirk Place Bridge. Councillor Yunetsky.
Yeah, I questioned the quality maybe of the bridge that was built in 1979. It's only 35 years old. And I would gather that bridges that are built usually last 75 years, and this one hasn't even made it halfway. I'm just wondering what happened to cause this to come out, because we're looking at $2/3 of $1 million. Mr.
Whitmer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is maintenance, not replacement. It's maintenance, not replacement.
Okay.
So there's, based on the inspection, they identified a number of pieces of work that need to be done in order to bring it back to where it should be. And this is the process for that.
Yeah, I would expect a replacement would be many millions of dollars.
Okay.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a simple answer for this, but I wondered why we couldn't go local, because there's an asterisk on a corrected price. But what does that mean? If we go local, at least they knew how to figure out the
Mr.
right
Gordon?
price.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, the successful bidder had made a mathematical extension error, which was corrected. The pricing was correct. They just made an error in the math of doing the extension, which reduced their price.
So if they make an error, we come along and reward them with the contract?
Because it could go either way, I suppose.
Okay.
Number 6, demolition of Duke Street East, 123. Any questions? I don't see any. Number 7, project management services, consultant services. Councillor Gazzola.
I just want to try to understand that this is to do with the SAP program. We just approved the tender I think the last time we were here for the software program, right? And now we're hiring a project manager. What other costs are involved with this?
Mr. Chapman.
What does SAP, the SAP firm, what do they get out of this?
Through the chair, in a number of reports leading up to your ultimate approval, we identified the detailed budget, and there were three main contracts that we would be awarding. One, as you've noted, was for the purchase of software. That was done with SAP prior to the summer recess. Most recently, you dealt with a proposal to award the consultant services, which is basically the integration consultant that will do all of the configuration of the system and the implementation of it. That's by far the largest contract that we will award in the project. The third area that we identified in our detailed budget to Council was project management services. As noted in the report, this project manager acts for the city and is basically the expert resource that we have to ensure that the solution that's delivered by our consultant truly meets the objectives that we've set out.
So if I can understand here, we bought the product from SAP, and then we hired a consultant to put it into place, and then we're hiring this person to watch over the consultant?
That's exactly it.
So, okay. Can you just give me a ballpark figure? What do all three of those contracts, I don't want to hold just to...
They would account for, I believe, about $15 million of the $20 million total project cost.
Okay. And when is this to be completed?
14 months from our commencement date, so by the end of 2015.
Okay, and final question. On the allocation of these costs, gas seemed to get nicked for more than water and sewer. Why gas was 300,000, and the other two were in the 60 to 80. Why is that?
Through the mayor, primarily because the majority of our detailed requirements relate to the gas utility. You would know, Councillor Gazzola, that billing water and sewage is a pretty straightforward process. It's a volume times a rate. In the case of the gas utility, there are all of the OEB regulations that govern how we deal with brokers, how we settle accounts. The rates are far more complex, and so the bulk of the configuration work will actually be done for the gas utility.
Okay, I just wanted to hear that. I think everybody should hear that. Thank you.
Okay, there are no more further questions, and balance of those tenders then. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll now move to the committee reports. Community Service, Infrastructure Services. Item number 1 has been dealt with. Councillor Ioannidis.
It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Frank Etherington that the report of the Community Infrastructure Service Committee be adopted. Items through item 1 has been dealt with, through items 2 to 10.
And there was, however, an email from Ms. Houston Friday that the item number 10 be deferred. This is all sent to Council. Be deferred until after the October 14th Kitchener Cycling Advisory Committee meeting in response to that committee's motion of September the 9th to defer recommendation on the trail entrances and road crossing staff report. So we'll take that one separately, deferring it. So we'll deal with number 10 first and that deferral. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The balance of the report then. Number 3? Yes, and Councillor Gazzola, you had a question?
I wanted 3 and 7 dealt with separately.
All right. We'll take item 3. This is the limiting distance agreement. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item number 7 deals with the agreement with the region on road maintenance. Those in favor? Opposed?
I wanted to make a comment before you.
You really need to?
I don't need to. I will talk to staff.
Okay. We're running out of time. Finance and Corporate Services Committee report, Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Zare, I would like to move the Finance and Corporate Services Committee. There are 5 items moved by seconded by Councillor Singh. And if I may, I'd like to enthusiastically move number 5, which is the e-participation strategy.
I'm sorry, I was thinking of something else. You just asked for number 5 to be taken separately? No. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. All right. Finance and Corporate Services. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. I'm sorry, I'm told that we didn't take the vote on the balance of the Community and Infrastructure Services Committee report. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Planning and Strategic Initiatives. I believe there is one item left. Just hang on. Okay.
Item number 3 is left, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We do have the one item of unfinished business left. That's number 8 on our agenda, relating to the Economic Development Fund analysis. Councillor Verbanovich.
I'll move no action on that.
No action on the original motion?
Yes, and moving no action, I would also request that staff pursue potentially working with the Wilfrid Laurier University business faculty to potentially assist, or U of W, one of the 2 universities, to assist in doing this and potentially bring something back to the next council.
Okay, no action has been moved. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Gazzola. Any discussion? Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Any new business? Councillor Verbanovich, you have a notice of motion.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Singh. It's a motion that originated in Halton. We actually dealt with a similar motion back a number of years ago. This Buy America issue is cropping up again, and it's becoming a concern. A number of municipalities have passed similar motions, and FCM has requested that we support this, as has the federal government, so that it will assist them in their advocacy efforts with the Americans, so that, in fact, Canadian companies are being treated, are not being treated in the same way as Chinese companies and some others. The intent of Buy America is really to deal with things like Chinese steel and other commodities that flood the markets at low cost, and unfortunately Canada's getting stuck in the middle of it, and it's hurting Canadian companies. So I would ask that we support this unanimously.
And seconded by Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Gazzola.
No, I'll support it. I'm in line with what I believe in, but I tried to understand. I tried to look up to see what the burning issues were. I went to FCM and I didn't see anything there, so I.
Councillor Verbanovich.
Very quickly, this was just dealt with at the board last week.
So I'm too.
Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. It's been moved by Councillor Fernandez, seconded by Councillor Etherington, that bylaws be given first reading, but there are some. Okay, I jumped over the questions and answers. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I have a question that I'd like to pursue. Unfortunately, I was unable to be here last week when the big music fest was discussed. I understand that it was a success. I think the financial information was fairly sketchy, but I would like to find out how the promoter did, and I didn't see any information whatsoever on how the promoter did for that function. Is there some way that staff can relay that to us in the future?
Well, I'm sure we could ask, but if I was a promoter, I wouldn't tell you because it's a private company.
I agree, except in this case, the company did take a grant from the province of Ontario.
That is true.
And I think they need to report to someone, and I would ask that that we ask the province for some kind of a report. That's the pain with taking money from government.
Okay, Mr. Regier.
Through you, Mayor Zare, we can investigate their reporting requirements to the province, and we'll bring back whatever information we find out through that process.
Thank you. Councillor Netsky.
Yeah, thank you. This past summer, I've received a number of complaints from residents who live in my ward and back onto the Voisin Greenway, specifically the section from Greenbrook over to Fisher Hallman. And that is the greenway that's been there since day one, 50, 60 years, and has been developed with concrete sandbags, I guess you can call it, which was to provide erosion. But as a result of that, the city used to keep that creek pretty clean over the years, back from the initial time. Now everything has just gone wild with natural growth, weeds, goldenrod, broken trees, and not much of a cleanup. And the residents are now complaining to me, when's the city going to do something? So I'm asking if staff could come back with some type of direction as to what they're doing with this or what they are not going to be doing with it. I don't know where they're coming from because the residents are pretty ticked off that their encroachment of the wild vegetation is now coming into the backyards, and they never had that back in the initial years when they've lived there. And some of them have been there since day one. So I'm looking for something, response from staff at the next council meeting or something.
Okay, is that not the section that is having major rehabilitation on? Or
Well, that's Filsinger Park.
Is that a different
That's a different
section?
greenway.
Okay. Mr. Whitmer, you can bring something back on that?
We can. Could you formalize that in a motion so that we can be very clear as to how you want to have it reported?
Okay, it's probably a good idea.
Thank you.
So your request is to...
A staff report to come back into how the maintenance and what the future plans are in terms of cleaning up or maintaining that portion of the Voisin Greenway from Greenbrook Drive as it meanders through behind properties all the way to Fisher Hallman, where all the concrete sandbags are that were put in back 40 years ago.
Okay, that's...
Because everything's now gone wild.
Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Fernandez. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Any other questions, answers? Okay, we'll move now to the bylaws. Let's move by Councilor Fernandez, second by Councilor Etherington, that the bylaws be given first reading, and there are some late starters. Christine?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are two late starters, one part lot control regarding River Trail Avenue and Grand Flats Trail, and one concerning official plan amendment zone change application for 16 Centennial Road, PSIC item number 3.
Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And it's moved by Councillor Ioannidis that Council resolve itself into Committee of the Whole. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Ioannidis.
Do we have a mover for the second? Is that you? Okay. Any questions? All those in favor? Do we have a mover on the tenders? No, sorry. Item 5. Two. Okay. Councillor Glenn Graham moves item 2, 4, and 5. All those, do we have any questions? All those in...
Four we got, did we not? 4 we got.
2, 3, and 5. 2, sorry. Excuse me. We have some questions?
Yeah, on item 2, the sign variance, there's 3 components to it. I have no concern on 2 of them, but the one that's the second part of number 1, pertaining to 305 King Street West, the installation of a ground sign is not permitted under zoning at all, yet they've granted approval. So I want that to be voted on separately because I can't support that. That's totally wrong.
Okay. So we'll do item number 2. All those in favor of item number 2? We will. Well, you. Just item 2 of item number 2. Is that what you want separate? So, yes. Item number 2, all of item 1 and 3. All those in favor? Item number 2 of 2.
Can we have a staff explanation as to what Councillor Kaminsky is?
Can we have an explanation? That's one of the questions that's asked on item number 2-222, dealing with 3056 King Street West.
Through the mayor, with regarding to the sign permit for 305 King Street West, and I'm not intimately familiar with this, but I think from my reading of it, the D1 zone, which is the downtown retail core, doesn't permit ground signs on the assumption that most properties will be built property line to property line right out to the front lot line. So there's really no room for ground supported signs. In this case, the building at King and Water actually does have quite an extensive setback from the street, and so it's not like a typical D1 zoned property. I think that would be the basis for allowing a ground supported sign on that property.
Okay, thank you for that.
Does it have to be approved tonight? Does it have to be approved tonight? There doesn't seem to be any certainty on the issue. So,
through the mayor, if I may, I think the other aspect that we can take some confidence in here, and this has been reviewed already by the Committee of Adjustment. They hold a public meeting. They notify property owners. They have the benefit of detailed drawings, and so this is the recommendation from that committee to council.
Okay, so Mr. May, here to respond.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to add to the point that Mr. Wilmer made, this is also replacing an existing sign.
Okay. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Dealing with item number 3. Councillor Fernandez moves it. Do we have a seconder? No seconder. All those in favor? We have a quick question. Go ahead, Councillor Gazzola.
When this becomes warrantable, and the region pays us back, what do they pay us back? The full cost, or what? It said proportional there, but I wondered what that meant. That's something you can come back with, okay? We have to move with.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We've dealt with item number 4. Dealing with item number 5. Do we have a mover? Mayor Zaire will move it. Any questions? All those in favor? That's carried. For item number 6?
Yep.
Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah. I know that in the past we have not met in July, but I know that there are a number of councils that do meet in July. Considering we're going to have possibly a number of new council members at that time, I really think that we should be looking at meeting in the summertime. I know it's not fun, but we always have an awful lot of work, and tonight is a perfect example of why we get bogged down and we end up going till midnight. So I would like to put that motion forward. We're at a meeting in July.
Okay. Mayor Zaire?
Obviously, it's not going to affect me. If that's the direction of council, I would suggest you do not pick a date tonight, but you ask staff to come back with what the options would be and what the issues related to it would be. And
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, no, that's fine with what Councillor Fernandez is saying, and she referenced potentially new council members coming on board. Maybe it's a healthy discussion to have as part of new council, and that could be brought at that point. So they could have the option if they wanted to have that extra meeting in July. We don't have to decide right now.
I'd be amenable to that.
Okay.
Colin has a question. Bill, Colin.
Colin?
Through your chair, Inez, could we possibly request the approval of the calendar? It can be amended at any point in time. There are a number of community groups and also our local room bookings that are dependent upon the approval of council's schedule. So this item could be revisited at any point in time over the next year.
Okay, fair point.
To add in a date.
Do we have any further questions? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item number 7. Councillor Glenn Graham. Do we have any questions? Councillor Galloway-Seelock? Oh. Councillor Unesky?
Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm not too concerned about the agreements. However, there's reference made here that's an example of an agreement being the Ribfest and Craft Beer Show is one of the examples. And I have a local business operator in one of the plazas, SOS Ribs, I think they're called, and they wanted to participate in the Rib Fest, and they were rejected as not being allowed, even though they are a current business in Kitchener. And I'm just trying to understand why, because somebody could just maybe answer that for me.
Do we have Mr. Regier?
Through you, Mayor Zaire, this festival is entirely managed by the operator. All of the participants are selected at their discretion when the city has no role in that decision process. It's not our event.
It's a private festival, is Mr. Regier saying. Any further questions? All those in favor? It's carried. Councillor Galloway-Seelock moves. Do we have any questions? All those in favor? Yes. That's carried. You have a question for item number 8? No. Number 9? Okay. Do we have a mover for number 9? Who's the mover? I didn't see who. Oh, Mayor Zaire? Go ahead, Councillor Gazzola.
I just want to know if the on page 9.2 the stop serving time is the same for all other institutions or bars in the downtown. Is that the same? Is it the same rule for them? I think it should be. That's all. I think they should have a. What?
Mayor Zaire, do we? I think it's 5 to midnight. From what I was told, so I think we should move. Okay. Okay.
It's my understanding that the 2 o'clock cease of service time is consistent with other downtown establishments, yes.
Okay, and quickly, the only other thing I wanted to, on item number 2, we really don't check that out, so why do we even have it in place? No need to deal with it now. Pass. Go.
Okay. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item number 10. Moved by Councillor Verbanovich. All those we have any questions? All those in favor? Carried. Item number 11. Moved by Mayor Zaire. We have any questions? All those in favor? It's carried. Item number 12.
Just for the record, there was no recommendation on item number 10, so we'll just ignore that motion.
Okay. Item number 12. We have a mover. Councillor Gazzola.
But and should we not say for the public what it was, just so it's.
Before we do that, if you want to go to that, before we do that, Chair would have to take a motion to suspend the rules to go past midnight. It requires 2/3 majority.
Okay.
And through you, Mr. Chair, what I can offer is that we have a press release ready to be distributed immediately upon council dealing with the matter this evening.
I'm going to move that just for technicality, so there's no argument on the timing here. And that motion takes precedence. We can come back to this other motion.
All those in favor of Mayor Zair's motion to extend? Carried. Item number 12. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I will move the recommendation for the memorandum of settlement for QP 791.
Okay.
I just think it would be appropriate if we took 2 minutes to state what it was, especially when we may have some foolish viewing audience that are still up watching. So, because not all our audience don't necessarily get the press releases. 2 seconds.
Okay. Mr. Chapman, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the agreement that you ratified this evening is a 3-year collective agreement which runs from April 1st, 2014 to March 31st, 2017, and it covers our 315 full-time office, clerical, and technical staff, covering program delivery, finance, engineering, planning, and development. The monetary settlement provide for increases of 1.25% in 2014, 1.35% in 2015, and 1.35% in 2016, along with some very modest revisions to the benefits program.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Do we have any additional items, Madam Clerk? Yes.
We have one late add-on that the mayor and clerk execute the necessary documents relating to property damage on Cortland Avenue East, Kitchener, in accordance with direction received in camera this day, September 15, 2014.
I'll move that.
Do we have any questions? All those in favor? That's carried. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Glenn Graham. Then
go ahead.
That the procedure of the committee of the whole be adopted by council. All those in favor?
Opposed? That's carried. And it's been moved by Councillor Fernandez, seconded by Councillor Etherington, the bylaws be given third reading. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And it's been moved by Councillor Gazzola that we adjourn since he got acclaimed.